Man, I love this song. Hello! Hi! Welcome in, everyone. It is, of course, another CivGive event tonight. We, of course, listening to our Teddy music, wearing my Smoky Mountain National Park hat, which just happened to be a coincidence, because was wearing this today, that I realized, wait, we spawn next to the Smoky Mountains on True Start Earth. That's really funny. So welcome in, everyone. Hey, if you haven't, hey, Civ Master, welcome in. JJ, hi. JJ, I have a hair appointment. It is set for Friday. So unless you change your mind on the hair about the color, we're going for that hot pink. And I don't know how I feel about it yet, but we're definitely getting it dyed. Hey Ballistics, hey Civ Master, hey Birdie. Welcome in, guys. If you're on Twitch, say hi to YouTube. If you're on YouTube, say hi to Twitch. We're multi-streaming tonight. I'm trying to make sure that no matter where people all are, people hear about CivGive. I haven't had any time to be uploading YouTube specific content. If you don't know, I have been streaming on Twitch. So if you do watch me on YouTube, make sure you also follow me at twitch.tv/whiteandnerdytv. That's where we have a lot more casual live streams happening. So if you want to see more Civ content, go over there, please. That's where I normally stream. I'm not going to be live streaming on YouTube unless it's like an event. It's kind of really nice to be able to jump on Twitch and just hang out and not be super optimized and planned, and to make thumbnails and all that kind of stuff. So there will be more streams on Twitch than there are on YouTube. If I'm streaming on YouTube, I'm also being on Twitch, so you might as well follow me on Twitch anyways. So we have a lot to talk about. Of course, this is a CivGive stream. It's going to be the very first thing we talk about. CivGive fundraising is going bananas. You guys are absolutely going crazy. So thank you so much. We did have a huge, big donation down here. So I do have to dye my hair a color of JJ's choice. JJ has picked hot pink, and I have the appointment set. It's going to be fun. Last year we did blue, because that's the color that I wanted to do, and then that was what was redeemed. And yeah. It's funny. My sister she's been apparently watching the Tiltify campaign like a hawk, because like the day that the big donation happened, she saw it, and she was like messaging the whole family chat. It was like, Jay's gonna have big hair. So anyways, we're gonna be doing a bunch of fun stuff tonight, but of course, guys, remember CivGive. I'm gonna do exclamation point CivGive here. I'm also gonna copy this link because apparently it doesn't work in... Nope. Hang on. Apparently my command doesn't work in YouTube. But if you're watching on YouTube, either now or in the future, there will be a link in the description for the Tiltify campaign. All donations go to Gamers Outreach, which is a fantastic charity organization that provides video game consoles on carts for children's hospitals. Last year we raised enough for my local children's hospital to benefit from an actual go-kart, and they have it, which is awesome. And that's just a wonderful thing. Kids going through a hard time in a hospital, operations, all that crazy stuff that is things that kids should not be dealing with. At least they have a break to play some video games, whether or not that's by themselves to entertain or with another kid and to play together, socialize, all that kind of stuff. Armicus, hey, how's it going? So, Armicus, are you ready for pink? I don't know if you caught that last time. Are you ready for pink? I'm not ready either. It's going to be dyed for CivGive. So CivGive, I will have the hair, which means like this weekend. She's so ready. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm excited. I'm down for it. It's obviously not my first pick of color, right? Because that's why the blue was the cheapest, but we might as well rock it. And it's funny because everyone at the bar that I work at knows about it, and they were hesitant about hot pink until I said, actually, it's happening. And they're like, oh, oh, it will look great. So it's going to be really funny. great. Really, really funny. Yep, CivGive fundraising. We do know a bunch of information about CivGive. So I'll be bringing up the Discord and showing this here. Guys, if you're not a member of the Discord, you should be a member of the Discord. But, of course, this is where all the information about CivGive is happening. Remember, we have the goal to hit $1,750. We're really close already. I'm also running a mile, or 1.6 kilometers, for every $100 we raise, which means we're already at almost 14 miles I have to run. That's over a half marathon, and that's a lot of kilometers. So, CivGive will be a 10-player, 8-hour live event with all your favorite Civ 6 content creators. Not all of your favorite Civ content creators, but a good portion of them. And it's going to be a fun time. We are actually able to play as Bull Moose Teddy, which is a Civ I would have never picked to actually play. I love Bull Moose Teddy. My favorite Civ. I would have never picked to play him in a multiplayer game, though, where you had to roll a random map. Because if you spawn floodplains, rainforest on this appeal Civ that has no late scaling until the very end, and if you don't have the appeal, is really, really tough to play. But we are playing on a true start location Earth huge map for CivGive, which is wonderful and broken and super crazy, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. This game will not be balanced whatsoever, and that's the charm of it. Everyone loves watching true start location maps, whether it's AI only or people playing them, and that's what CivGive is leaning into this year, is to have the most fun for the last Civ 6 CivGive, because Civ 7 is coming out right around the corner, and hopefully... Hopefully it comes out before the Christmas pictures. Hopefully it's in the Christmas pictures. Well, the thing is, blue fades really fast. Pink will actually last a while. And even if it's faded, it's going to be like a light pink. And it's going to be a statement. We'll put it that way. Here's the coupe music. Screaming. So, anyways, here's the drafts that we have for... Oh, that doesn't actually work. Hang on. The picks for this weekend. We did a draft, silent draft, ranked choice draft that was all revealed this past Sunday during the Among Us game. I was revealed to be playing as America. Raising Zozo is playing as Coupe again, of course. Spawns in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, which is hilarious. Zanaskind with a very strong start with the Molly. We have Carl, Borderline. Carl from Firaxis, representing Firaxis. Firaxis is playing in the CivGive. He's playing as Vietnam again. Was my second pick, actually, for my ranked choice vote. And he has a really good spawn on Halong Bay. We're going to go through all of the spawns, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Lumbago is playing as Grand Columbia. Grand Columbia is going to be the closest Civ to me, and she is a wild card player. So it's going to be really fun to see. Peppermint Butler is coming back, and he's playing as Dido. Very strong Civ, very iffy start, but we'll see what we can actually look and figure out what to do when we see his start. Riddick Acidic is making his CivGive debut. Oh, someone with Zona's gun for the main event CivGive as the Zulu, so he's gonna go try to kill someone. Sassy Gamer Lady playing as the Science Civ Korea, so we have to look out for a potential science number. We have Ursa Ryan, of course, playing as Spain, next to a continent split that he can't settle without shipbuilding, but he can trade across. There's a lot I want to talk about with Ursa's start, because he's in trade route range with both Dido and Mali, who are both building gold districts, and he can trade across water, across continents, so Spain is very much in play. Very much in play. Even if he doesn't have a lot of room to settle immediately, he's very much in the game. And then Van Bradley with a true start location, Brazil, Amazon rainforest start with the Pantanal nearby. He is also someone we need to keep an eye on. I would say immediately, based off of not players, just the Civ starts, you need to keep an eye on Mali. You need to keep an eye on Brazil. You need to keep an eye on Spain. These are probably the 3 strongest starts, and then also Vietnam is a very strong start. Hey, Sharks, how's it going? So we're gonna go through all of these maps and see what I think is not only where each of them stand, but I want to go through what I would do with each of the spawns if I had to play them. / what is their like best option? Because, well, one, this is a charity event and we're trying to milk for content, but also I just want to try to see, you know, maybe I can, you know, give a couple hints here or there, but not to get too like, I am the smartest player. Obviously, so I just want to walk through the starts because it seems fun. Ursa Ryan did this earlier, and I did promise I was going to do it as well because I was watching his stream, and as a courtesy, I was like, I'll do the same exact thing, and then Ursa can listen to everything I say about his spawn as well. So should be a lot of fun. Maybe start the map out over the overview. I can reveal all the map, Sharks, though. I have the debug menu enabled, which basically means all I have to do is tap tilde and then reveal all, and it reveals the entire map. So it's fantastic. I want to go through all of these civs in order. I don't know what that order is, but let's just start. I'm going to skip myself for now, and I'm going to skip Coupe. Let's actually go in reversed order that I have in my Discord right now. We're going to go ahead and we're going to jump in as Pedro, because I want to see what this Pedro map is, and I think this is actually a map that a lot of people would love to see. And I do have a configuration saved with a leader pool, so I don't have to set any of this. It is what it is. True start location Earth. You can't change any of the settings. The city states. Ooh, this is a big if with city states. I'm gonna leave this just how it is. Actually, no, I'm gonna kill some. I know immediately. I do want to kill some immediately problematic city states. There's actually a map I have posted somewhere in my Discord that is probably super far behind a wall of text now as I go through here. There it is. I'm going to post this right here too. This is actually a super detailed strategic view of the entire TSL map. And the icons are small, but you can see like the Bull Moose Teddy spawn is right here, Canada, Cree. But you can also see the city states like Cahokia, Mexico City, Mitla, and La Venta. So I'm just going to go through and kill the city states that are like right next to someone, like this guy. If only I knew exactly what these city states were. I do just want, actually, all I need to do is know the icon. So hang on. Oh my God. Okay. Hang on. Too many tabs. Okay. That's this city state. Hansa. I'm gonna kill Hansa. So the city states we will not know in CivGive. I need to build Venetian Arsenal before PB does, otherwise it'll win domination. I am scared of what PB will do. I'm absolutely not counting out a very strong Phoenicia and Phoenicia/Spain naval invasion. So I'm gonna kill Granada because that's right next to Spain. Oh, this is gonna be actually kind of tough. I'm also gonna kill. Actually, a lot of the city states in Europe need to go because you can see Spain only has one direction to settle, and it's usually covered with city states. So I'm gonna make it a little bit easier. I'm gonna pull this map off screen just so I can do this. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna kill Geneva. We're gonna kill the Vatican City because, of course, that's in the middle of Rome. And I'm gonna sort by type because it's gonna make this way easier. I'm gonna kill Bologna too. I'm just killing a bunch of city-states in Europe, but I'm gonna leave Armagh and Cardiff because that's not settleable for Spain. And actually, it's a different landmass, so you can actually settle within 3 tiles of Cardiff here. Chinguetti spawning near Mali is actually a good thing. Ooh. Yeah, if Cahokia spawns next to me, I'll probably kill it. Welcome in Aquarius and Sharks, though. So, yeah, this is just a little bit of setup that I need to actually do here. The rest of the city-states I'm going to leave, though. What's this blue? Fez we have to kill, because that is Northern Africa, right next to Spain. Chinguetti. We'll leave Chinguetti. Kumasi, my goodness. Oh, man. Okay, actually, that's crazy. How close a lot of these city-states are. I do need to kill Johannesburg because it's too close to Zulu. I'm going to kill Kumasi and Chinguetti for the sake of just... It's within, like, 3 tiles of the cap. I'm gonna try to have, like, an idea. Chinguetti and Kumasi. Just an idea for consistency. If it's within 3 tiles of a cap, I'm gonna kill it. Kumasi is also very close. Of course, Dido is next to Jerusalem. And then this is something I only have to do once, guys. I want to kill Hattusa, but I'm gonna leave the other ones. Yerevan, we're gonna leave. We do need to kill Ayutthaya because it's way too close to Vietnam, as well as Hong Kong. And then there's like no city-states in the rest of Asia, I think. Of course, there's Candy and stuff. Nazca's neat? Yeah, definitely. Nazca will not help Mali at all, though, because Nazca's in South America. We're leaving Auckland and Namadal. And then when it comes to city-states in South America, we're going to leave actually pretty much everything. I think we're going to kill Cahokia because it's 5 tiles from us. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just going to take it out of the poll for now. I think that's everything. How many city-states is that? 34. All right, that's plenty of randomness that it could still be. So I'm going to save this over the TSL CivGive. Just so that there's not immediate like red flags as soon as you spawn, right? Pedro is goated with a sauce on this map, absolutely. I would say Sujungabade next to Mali is a good thing, but they will probably kill it because it's 3 tiles away. Yeah, Cahokia too. Roman is not going to put it in front. Feeling Roman's not going to put it in out of instinct, but Mali will face immediate barb camp spawns most likely once someone else clears a camp. Yeah. I think Mali's going to deal with a lot of barbs. Anyone on an island, a continent by themselves will also deal with barbs. Barbarians are going to be pretty much my only resistance when it comes to selling all of America. Oh, Nazca might ruin a 3rd or 4th expand for Zoniskin. Oh, Nagazagamu. Chinguetti and Kumasi are too valuable unless you can be sued. I think they don't put in Kumasi just based off of how strong Kumasi can be. They're going to try to make the game somewhat balanced, and putting Kumasi right next to Mali, who is one of the best spawns, I don't think they're going to do that. Again, I'm making a lot of assumptions. Actually, I wonder is... Because Grand Columbia is in the game, is Nazca too close? No, that's not too close. I wouldn't say Nazca's too close. Yep, I think I'm happy with this. And let's go ahead and just load into the first map, right? Pedro. I did save the config, so we don't have to do that again. Fantastic. Fantastic.
From the first stirrings of life,
I'm very excited to look at Pedro. This is definitely one, it would have been one of the strongest starts in the game if it wasn't for the fact that Gran Colombia spawned, because then they have to split the rainforest. Zond asked you to do testing. Zond is outsourcing his testing to Aquarius. Oh my goodness. We'll definitely talk about. I think there's one major decision to make. Oh my God, Birdie babe, you just got us over the 1400 hump for CivGive. Thank you so much for the donation, Birdie. I should probably have my Tiltify up so I can get this stuff. Oh man. Oh, of course I gotta sign in here. All right, I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. Just don't want to leak my whole email. Oh, actually, that wouldn't have popped up anyway if I was on this screen. Anyways. Multi-factor authentication. Okay. Dashboard. Name a city. Hey, Birdie's Bay. Nice. Guys, remember, there's only a few... Actually, how many do we have left? I have a few cities that are named, but if you want a city that is named after you in CivGive, you can either give me a name for a city, like Birdie's Bay, or I'll figure out a name after you. Like, I think I have to name it after someone named Savannah, so I'm going to do Savannah's Port, something like that. 5 left, nice. Actually, I can probably pump that number up, if you know what I'm saying. All right, so this is the Brazil spawn. Brazil... the immediate ring, not so great, but some really nice tiles right next to it. So there, I would say on online speed, you settle turn 1 most of the time, but settling turn 2 is okay if you gain immediate benefit, but turn 3 is like way too long. Way too long. I made that mistake in last year's CivGive because I was like really gunning for a very specific strategy, but normally I wouldn't say. I think settle in place and then you immediately grow to these 3 tiles is okay. You actually do get a pretty nice holy site and then maybe like a commercial hub in this city too, because you get adjacency, remember, off of rainforest for commercial hubs, holy sites, theaters, and campuses. All 4 of those districts are really good, and you want to build those as Pedro, but also what is important is your unique entertainment complex / water park, because this actually gives you access to a really good project. Also, you spawn right here next to Pantanal, so I would say if I had to play, I would go over here. I'm not going to play like super crazy, but I would say like settling right here with these 2 tiles is really good, because you immediately have this 2-2-3 tile to work. You don't gain a 2-2 base, but that's okay. That's okay, right? You could argue either way. I think you do go for at least 1 scout, and then you can go for like a slinger or something, because there will be some craziness happening here. I do want to specifically talk about this unique entertainment complex though, because this street carnival gives you access to... it provides 2 amenities, which is actually twice as much as a regular entertainment complex, right? One. You get twice as many amenities. Once you add in the arena, that gives you 3 amenities per city, which is super nice because your cities will just be very happy. You can spam these as much as you want, but what is really strong is the access to the Great People project, and I will show you exactly why that's so strong here in maybe a little bit. I don't know how far we're going to be playing each of these maps, but depends on what if you guys want to see. Actually, I could also just shout out Van Bradley, because he did a YouTube video about Brazil today and uploaded it, and the game went awful because of just getting wrecked by Roman Holiday's AI mod and barbarians and a bunch of stuff. But he very specifically showed just how strong the unique project is. If you don't know the unique project, do you have guaranteed strategics on TSL? Hunter, we do not. It is baked. The map is baked. So you actually know exactly what resources you have before, like, the map's not balanced. It's not balanced whatsoever. But, like, you can literally see, like, in this spawn, you have, like, uranium next to Brazil. You have niter. You have oil on land. And you have coal down here. And horses. Brazil has every strategic they need. So that's something to think about. On online speed, any type of city product is 4 times more efficient than standard speed. So you'll notice here I have a mod on. I probably shouldn't even have on right now. But if you see here, we can hover over, for instance, a writer. A writer starts in the classical era, and a writer costs 30 great person points instead of 60 like on standard speed. But the city project is also half cost, which means so the city project is half cost, but also the cost of the great people is half. But you still get the same amount of great people when you finish the project. So basically, if you have a theater square and you finish 2 projects, you'll get up to 30 points usually. If you're going for a religion, 2 holy site prayers, you basically get to your religion because you only need 30 points. How this great person, how the project works for Brazil is that you get great person points for engineers, merchants, writers, artists, and musicians just from this one district project. I believe it's actually, quote me if I'm wrong, Aquarius, I think it's half value for writer, artists, and musicians and merchants, but it's like full value for engineers or something like that. Basically, if you do 3 of these products, you already get the first writer and the first merchant, and then you're halfway to the first engineer or something like that. I loaded up this game on King, just so that the AI doesn't have any bonuses, like bonus settlers, but they also don't play. They play at a pace that seems reasonable. Read their ability. It doesn't tell you. The product doesn't tell you how many. Just like any city project, it doesn't tell you exactly how many you get. But we can try. We can get there. One turn. I'm actually put this into a. Yeah. Well, one turn of Slinger, and then go for a settler here. I'm gonna try to scare this barb the other direction too. I'm gonna go straight for a settler here. You're of course working 2 really, really good tiles. You did grow. But this is why we moved 1 tile over, so you can work both of these crazy tiles. We're going to build a holy site, so you're going to see exactly how products works pretty much right away. And then, of course, there's goody huts, and then there's a city-state bonus areas right here. You can also... I think a lot of players might actually use their early gold to buy some stuff. You have access to a splendid holy site immediately, so you can place that down. And then there you go. So you can settle next to Pantanal. You can settle up this way. You have a few different places you can go. So the product generates writer points as good as theater squares, but half as much for others. I hear you. Okay, cool. That's really awesome. So for instance, if you had a theater square and you did a product, you'd get the full amount that, of course, a theater square gives you for a product for writers, artists, and musicians. This project for Brazil will give you half as many as you need for writers, or half the amount of great people points that you would get for a 3D Square project for writers. No, full. Sorry. This is very confusing to follow. Sorry. You get the full amount for writers, but half that you need for half that amount for merchants, engineers, artists, and musicians. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Van Bradley also had a really good video where he dissected it too. I would say in any of these civs, you kind of want to really go very quickly. I think you go God King because you really want to rush Sacred Path because Vietnam's in the game and they might also contest Sacred Path. But yeah, Grand Columbia is right here. Like right here. So this is a problem. This is going to be something where Van Bradley and Lumbago have to define where this border is. And basically, that means Van Bradley might get a settlement like here and here. And Lumbago gets a settlement here and here. Like, they don't have a ton of room between themselves. It does not give you scientist points, the project. It is only writer, artists, musicians, merchants, and great engineers. Of course, there's a scout here. I'm going to pretend we're playing against a person. And get out of here. Having a Face City State Nazca here actually will buff your shrines and temples. So having that access is actually really nice. Buenos Aires can boost industrial zones, but it's a little bit less important, I think. If the project also gave scientist points, it would be absolutely broken. If it gave you everything, that'd be insane. I don't think this civ actually buys an early builder unless you go straight for irrigation. But irrigation is actually hard to boost here. I'm not going to figure out every single move, but you can see here you immediately get a holy site, even with 2 cities, and then you can do 2 products here, and you can actually finish pretty quickly. I'm going to go settle on the bananas. There's that camp. I think in terms of gold, I think you just save your gold for now. You can actually lure these barbs over to Grand Columbia, which is hilarious to me. But you can go straight into... I don't know what second district you go for, but commercial hubs is probably where you're going to want to end up. And you're not going to boost foreign trade with this Brazil spawn, but that's okay. Alright, they're already raiding. And look, they're already settling as well, so... If you settle right here, you can settle to the Pantanal, you can claim some massive space, and you have a bunch of rainforest here. Brazil, you can preserve on, because the appeal of your rainforest will go up. As much as I hate to say it, I don't think Hadro is really a preserve civ whatsoever. You already have like good food because you're in rainforest, and you have such good adjacencies on pretty much every district, as well as a great person project, which means you need to go for great people. Preserves are anti-great people. Preserves have nothing to do with great people. I think the appeal for jungle tiles is just so that your neighborhoods don't stink. I think that's the only reason why they have the appeal for rainforest. Yes, you can do preserve stuff. You also, of course, have this really nice holy site here. You're wanting to try to get to that work ethic as fast as possible, but we'll see right here just how much profit points you get from finishing one project. Hey, Roman Holiday, how's it going? All right, so we actually got our Pantheon already because of a +3 holy site. Keep that in mind. What is that, turn 18? I think Arthur Ryan did the math. I think... Oh, shoot, what did he say? Turn 16 religion. I don't think you get work ethic, but you can still get Sacred Path with this spawn. Just because I think Mali has a faster faster religion. Maybe if you don't make the do the settler, you could get the work ethic. And maybe that is the play, is to stay on one city and go straight holy site and then project for work ethic, just because it's so strong. But I'm not sure which one of those two. It's a gamble, because if you wait too long to settle, you also lose land to Grand Columbia. And it's going to be very hard to fight back through Grand Columbia. You do, of course, have a unique unit, the battleship, which actually, that is something that I should look out for. But Grand Columbia has +1 movement in the entire game, so it's kind of crazy. Mali doesn't have a faster religion. Ursa Ryan did turn 16 religion with Mali on his test. I think so. I think that was it. All right, defend this. But yeah, turn 20 religion. Yeah, probably starting on 1. Starting on 1 might be the way to go here. And then you're going to want to go straight for currency. I don't know what this scout's going to do, but hopefully you can get open borders with someone. Maybe you can find Kanguana here, but what's stopping Brazil? Brazil has a turn 2 settle compared to Mali. I think Mali has a turn 1. You know, okay, it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up. I think Brazil probably ekes it out just because you have better immediate tiles if you stay on one city. I think Zonaskan was worried about Vietnam grabbing work ethic, but you definitely have to worry about Brazil too. Is the map curated? The map is the in-game map. It is already... One city opener is sketch, yes, but vanilla work ethic on Sacred Path or Desert Folklore will get you your tempo back immediately. I'm going to name the religion Brazil, of course. And then I would say, in general, Tithe or Culture. Both of these are really strong here. I don't know. We could do the test. We could do the test right now. Turn 21. Let's just see how fast... Because this is actually kind of important for a few players. Let's see how fast you can get a religion. You just go one city, holy site, double project. Yes. I would say you actually plug in urban planning instead of God King there, because you have a +3 holy site. You might as well just finish it fast. You're currently rushing religion as Mali, so that's fantastic. The thing about Mali is whether or not you settle in place. So I want to pull up the map just so that people know what we're talking about here. But with Mali, you spawn 1 tile away from the desert. So the question is, do you move 1 tile to get the immediate 3 food and 3 faith, so you can get a very fast desert folklore pantheon? Or do you settle in place and actually have good tiles to work? I would say, regardless of desert folklore, you already have a splendid holy site. So maybe you do settle in place, because no one's going to fight you for desert folklore, right? No one is... I mean, some people are close to the desert, but they don't care. Yeah, like, no one else is close to desert. So, desert folklore is not contested. Alright, let's see. Let's see what turn we get here. Stay on the gems. Kills a settle, but just barely won. Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's a couple things you could do there. I think either decision is fine. And then you go astrology first. Like, there's 3 civs that spawn on wonders that want to go work ethic. Mali could go Lady of the Reeds and Marshes if the tempo doesn't work with that work ethic. That might be... Yeah, that could be an interesting... Yeah, Lady of the Reeds and Marshes would be very interesting for Mali. I think that's a very strong second pick if they can't get work ethic. Oh. Well, that kills your Holy Site Faith game, too. Profit with one product on turn 13 as Molly? How? What? All right, we're going to get to Molly here in a little bit, but... wow, that's crazy. Force this barb again. I'm just gonna go straight to the camp. From what I've seen, every time I load games, the first barbs that spawn are all in the same spot. So, guys, the map is completely already made. Everything. It's made in a map editor. So, every tile is exactly the same. Every resource is exactly the same. Your spawn location is always the same. The city states would be the same if we know what they were. But even goodie huts are in the exact same spot every time because those are pre-placed on the map, so you could actually make a goodie hut route if you wanted to. And then the first barbarian camps, I think, are also pre-placed, but I could be wrong about that. Street Carnival is a regular district. It is a specialty district, yes. All right, here's our Holy Site coming down. We'll put in urban planning, see if that shaves off a turn or not. We'll plug in discipline and urban planning. That went from 3 to 2, right? So I don't know if that shaved a turn or not. But you can first meet Nazca. Nope, didn't first meet. Holy Site Brazil is way weaker. Holy Site Brazil with the thing is work ethic. Like work ethic Brazil is crazy strong. I would say Brazil's still crazy strong. It really doesn't matter. So here it is, turn 12. Shark Society got turn 13 religion. That's crazy fast, dude. You go find a wonder down here, too. No Holy Site Brazil. Oh, yeah. No Holy Site Brazil is much weaker. Because I know with BBG, you guys usually play with Commercial Hub Brazil, which is good. It's very good. But work ethic is just crazy. All right, let's see what happens here. There's one project, 12 great person points per turn. And I think that gives us additional faith per turn, by the way, because we're working a faith project. So we actually get your Pantheon faster. And that production from urban planning does go into a little bit 0.25 faith per turn. I think there's going to be 3 players in CivGive that start on one city and just do this and try to race for work ethic. To be completely honest. I think this absolutely happens. Great Bath is built already. That's wild. That's really funny, actually. All right, there's a Pantheon. Turn 16. And you're just short of a religion. One turn, another project. There's no BBG players in the lobby. All right, there we are. Turn 17 religion. Work ethic. That does sound just a little bit slower than Molly. Interesting. All right, I'm going to write that down, actually. Torre de Belim's down here. But yeah, then you kind of lose a lot of land. So because Gran Colombia, I would say because Gran Colombia is probably going to go straight for settlers, because they're probably not going for religion. I would say Gran Colombia probably wants to go commercial hubs or harbors. I think they settle this land really fast. I think if you sit on one city and you project for work ethic, you'll probably miss it to Mali and lose land. So I don't think this is a good call for Brazil. It's just I think he's just short. I think it's just a little bit slow. But for the sake of showing off this project,
but I don't play Brazil a lot, so I hopped on.
I'm gonna jump on and show off Brad's video here because he actually did show off pretty well. Obviously, guys, subscribe to Van Bradley. Most of you should already know him. But he has street caravels in pretty much every city. And I think he actually started projecting very, very early. And yeah, like he's going for Oracle here, which means like between getting the 20% refund on great people every time you recruit a great person, and then having a street carnival to get all of the head start on writers, artists, musicians, merchants, and great engineers, as well as the wonders that come with it, including Oracle, and the amount of faith you'll have with Sacred Path, he's going to wipe the floor with great people. Absolutely wipe the floor with great people. Let me see if we can find the actual point when he got his first product done. Oh yeah, he's literally talking about the carnival right now. But yeah, you can see here. When working it, you get +1 amenity. So you go from 2 to 3 plus amenities, right? But you get engineers, merchants, writers, artists, and musicians once finished. And the first time he did it, he got 11 writer points, 11 artist points, 11 musician points, as well as 11 merchant points and 11 engineer points. Holy cow. Dude, that's crazy. Does Mali only have a penalty on units and buildings? Yes. So basically, with 3 products, you can get the first writer. With 3 products, you get the first merchant. And then I think it takes 6 products to get the first engineer. So if you have 2 cities that build 2 of these districts and you just have each of them product 3 times, you're going to grab Imhotep before people even get industrial zones. And then once you get the first writer, you get 20% refunded. So those 30 writer points, right? How many do you get back? 30 times 0.2. You'll get 6 back. Once you recruit the first writer, you already have 6 to the next writer. And then you just start going. Brazil's really good, guys. I think Gran Colombia being here is a major thorn that he's going to have to deal with. And the fact that he probably will lose work ethic is another problem. I think what you want to do is just settle as soon as possible. Lady of the Region Mars is actually a really strong secondary pickup, as well as a Temenanki here. $170 prod. It sounds very expensive when you put it in that indication, but also remember he's going to be building industrial zones as well. So whenever you do a project, it's going to help supplement that passive income, and it just gives you everything, right? Like, if, for instance, if a Teddy player wants to go to a culture victory, I now have to realize that all of the writers are going to be gone because of one civ. I think the gameplay with Pedro is to be in a thorn in the side to as many players as he can. Maybe you can test work ethic, probably not. I think you steal Sacred Path from Vietnam. I think you try to settle as much of this land away from Grand Columbia. I think you steal all of the writers and engineers from everyone else, as well as merchants, and then you build a bunch of battleships and you go attack someone. I think that's what Brazil does. Oh man, that's crazy, dude. And you probably build Apadana because you're gonna have an early Oracle Apadana are probably your two wonders, as well as a Tamanaki might be clutch. But there's so many things with here. And I don't want to play each civ because it will take forever. But I think Brazil is someone to worry about no matter who you are in CivGive, because he's gonna be a thorn to you for one way or another, which is really, really funny to me. You don't even have to be anywhere near him. Because remember when Van Bradley played as Gaul and he just swept all of the engineers away from everyone? Like he stole Imhotep right off the bat, Mausoleum. He built a terrible harbor just to build Mausoleum, and had a great day. He stole all of the engineers. So he likely might do that again. And it's going to be hilarious. First engineers bashing, I think that will be random in terms of how it's set up. I don't think we can predict the first great persons, because that's not tied to the map directly. I think that's a random number seed, which will be influenced by factors like the exact city states that are picked. Tied to game seed? Yeah, but again... Oh. Wait, game seed is always... interesting. So, what you're saying, Duke of Ducks, is that because the map seed will always be the same, will the map seed always be the same? If it's the same map? Hang on a second. What's this number? I'm going to copy this number, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to make a new game, and all I'm going to do is select the map. No, it's a different map seed. I think map seed and game seed are random. Obviously, I'm loading a config. Oh, even when I load a config, this is random. Yeah, so I think great people you can't predict. I think because we were talking about Mali so much, I think we can jump... No, actually... I kind of want to look at Grand Columbia next. I want to look at Grand Columbia because it's right next to Pedro, and I want to see how this affects everything. Brazil can get totally irrelevant by Grand Columbia? Absolutely. Absolutely. Bronzy, thanks for the subscription. Welcome back. Welcome to the nerds. Depends if the player is spicy. Lumbago is a wild card player. Lumbago is... She could do anything. She likes going to war. But she also likes having friends. And she likes messing with me. So maybe she allies with Grand Columbia, and they work together with a land and naval invasion against me at some point. Possible. She's gonna be nice. I think... I want to know why she picked Grand Columbia, and whether or not that was her first pick or not. But you can see here, you actually get a continent split spawn, which is pretty nice, as well as 2 coffee. And I think... You could settle a luxury immediately. You can also just settle in place. Depends on whether or not how much you want to go naval here. Actually, I have no idea how you play this Gran Colombia. Of course, you get Commandant General, so you want to focus on land army if you're going to go for army. +1 movement to all units. +1 movement includes sea units, which is really nice. As well as the promoting doesn't end your turn. But the Commandant General only affects land units. I would say as someone thinking about how free sim is North America for Teddy, I think an alliance between these two is an early alliance in CivGive between these two is something to be concerned about. Because if she invades through Mexico and Van Bradley comes with battleships, that could be a problem. Oh, man. Picking Gran Colombia and FFA already signals wanting to go ooga booga. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a couple... I think you could settle in place. I think you could settle for a harbor. I'm going to try to assume that she just wants to go commercial hubs here. Look at the good he got here. You definitely want to get a scout either direction. And actually, I wonder if you have animal horses. Probably. You probably have horses. Because you can actually look at the map beforehand. You do not have horses in the immediate ring. You have coffee, you have iron right nearby. And coal. You do not have a source of horses. That's crazy. There's no horses. Because this is all jungle. The closest horse is all the way by the Pantanal. Interesting. The appeal is pretty nice. Teddy Bull Moose spawns right here. Next to these Smoky Mountains. Horses are from the other world. Oh, there's horses in North America, though. South America. That's pretty funny. Interesting. So, yeah. If you go to war, it's going to be with iron units. Or, I mean, obviously, you would want to go... Wait a second. What about the Linero? I mean, obviously, you can find horses by this point, but they require horses. So you're going to have to figure out something to do. Ooh, fresh bop. Kanguana spawned here. That's actually... I wonder if that's too close to Gran Colombia to warrant getting removed. Early culture here for Gran Colombia is actually something to note too. You can get quick Pantheon. Quicker Pantheon. But your immediate tiles aren't like that great. Like, we're still working on our scout. By the way, this is where Inca spawns. Just desert. I mean, you have one pretty decent terrace farm, and then you can mountain tunnel to the jungle, but like, there's not really many hills there either. And I think you kind of ignore... I think you kind of want to ignore your Pantheon choice, because there's not something that's immediately beneficial to you. I think you pick up something eventually. Yeah, this is definitely a yikes spawn for Inca, which is why I didn't have them on my... I did have them on my draft, but it was like the second out of 3 civs for South America. Yeah, early tempo here is pretty weak in terms of production. And it looks like there's a city-state up here, which actually means it's going to be really hard for this scout to go anywhere. Yeah, there's a phase city-state, which is nice. Wow, these barbs. This warrior might just die. Leventus here. That actually makes it impossible to scout. That's pretty funny. Maybe you do go settle the... I think you have to settle the coast and go for harbors. Oh, maybe you can get through here. Harbors and boats. I think Grand Columbia is actually a pretty decent puzzle. Oh, you can get through. Interesting. I think you have to buy that tile, though, to work it. This is really interesting. Like, the volcano... Oh, okay. Okay. So this is how you get a good game. You wait for the volcano to go off and give you yields. Okay. I hear ya. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's so funny. The +1 movement, though, really helps you. Oh, yeah, that's something to think about. You have +1 movement on settlers, which means you can really settle this jungle really fast. So I think Brazil is really has to focus on not work ethic. Kanguana first meat would be nice. Barbarian boats, okay. Yeah, this volcano is kind of crazy. Fire Goddess might actually be fun on this. Oh, I need to... I'm just hitting next turn too fast.
When you find your
Oh, barb spawn on Panama. That's awkward. I think no matter what, you want to get to either harbors or commercial hubs, whichever one is probably commercial hubs. Grand Columbia really likes commercial hubs. You want to also get to your haciendas, and then chop everything when you get to these. They give you golden production and housing. And they are good next to plantations. So, for instance, a hacienda here, if you have a plantation online. +1 production for every 2 adjacent haciendas. Oh, they give production to plantations. Yeah, that's actually really nice. So you do have a late game production, but those are pretty late, right? Haciendas are where? Mercantilism, yeah. The fact that I haven't met Brazil yet is hilarious to me. It's because of the barbs. Early bronze working boost is interesting. And then, of course, you're going to want to have a Pangala pretty early on, I would say. You could go Amani to get a Golden Age, maybe. I don't get too wrapped up in Golden Age plans. How did we meet Teddy before Brazil? That's hilarious. Oh, yeah. There's that bull moose spawn. We'll get to that one. We'll just tease that. Also, the plus one movement means you can move into rainforest and settle in the same turn, which is great for tempo. But I would say if you like, for instance, settle in place, and then you get a couple of early commercial hubs and a government plaza down, and you know, you'll probably have to tech Braun working to kill this, right? But you get some commercial hubs, you get some nice campuses down, you focus on chopping out the jungles and pissing off Brazil, but later, you know, they'll give you really nice haciendas. I'm just going to pick the Plantation Pantheon because you know you're going to have plenty of those. What you don't want to do is you don't want to immediately attack Brazil. You definitely don't want to attack them early. You're going to want to try to eco out pretty well here for a good while. You're going to have to get as many cities as you can, which is not many. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 5 cities. And then you're going to have to try to go tall. So going audience chamber to give you amenities and housing with your governors. Try to eco as much as you can. Maybe you push through a city-state La Venta and settle up this direction. But your space is pretty limited. Because Pedro's going to be settling right here. Right? Which kills all of this. But I think what you're gonna, honestly, I think Gran Colombia's best play is to ally with Brazil. Don't worry about attacking them. Eco as much as possible and send a land invasion through city-states, through Mexico City, conquer Mexico, because this is a land that won't be contested by America really much, because he's going to want to go for the high appeal over here, and then eventually have a late game war against America. I think is how you would actually want to play this out. I'm just placing the campuses because it's fun, but I would say you probably want to go commercial hubs first. And you can also try to boost irrigation here. Get plantations online early. Maybe you snag some good hits away from America too. Oh, that volcano going off is huge. I did forget to set the disaster intensity though down to 1. That is something that will be set to 1. Anyways, that's Gran Colombia spawn. Hey, Sleepy Plays. But yeah, so I would say Brazil is focusing on pretty much working on holy sites, econ, getting as many settlements out as they can. I think the Civ Show guys probably take out Buenos Aires, and because like there's not a lot of room in South America. Just so that they have room to settle, and work and try to get trade routes to each other, and try to have a diplomatic alliance. Go for diplomatic service. Get Wisselbecken trade routes between the two of them, and eco as much as you can to go against, and then probably naval evade against joint naval and land evade against America is probably their best option, or they could just war Brazil and have fun. For the entire game. I don't know. It's kind of up to them. All right, what spawn should we look at next? Actually, you know what I haven't looked at is there's a few of them. Let's actually go to Dido. I want to look at Peppermint Butler's spawn. Peppermint Butler, of course, is a very strong player. He knows how to sim really well. He also knows the importance of alliances naval trade. Working together, simming to the late game. He also actually knows how to use Dido really, really well in terms of getting a lot of settlements out, combining Ancestral Hall with the Kothon and the colonization card. And then even he spawns on a triple continent split, which theoretically means you could use the Halsey cards to give you food and production on cities that are not on your original capital's continent because you settled all on, like, for instance, the Middle East, but then you move your capital to Europe. Or Africa. That is possible. It will take a while to get to, though. The settler is walking. Oh, I forgot to remove that city-state, Akkad. So that's something that needs to be removed. So there's a couple of immediate things here. Right, you have so much desert. You do have a Suez Canal here if you wanted to. You would have to commit to settling on this and praying for desert folklore, or sorry, Lady of the Reeds and Marshes to give you production. Your harbor, I mean, has one boat, but you actually have to crush the boat. That feels pretty bad. Online speed settlers, walking loses you significant tempo. Yeah, but you also have to do something. Like, there's also no tempo here either. So, I would say you could settle in place and grow to this 2-2. You have something here. Right? Hello? Okay. Settling in place and buying this tile is not awful. Of course, you can be working the continent too. That does kill your canal. But you can always get an ally with Spain to get your boats out of the Mediterranean too. The only way to canal here, actually, you can't build canals. Canals are super late. But the only way to get boats through to the Red Sea from the Mediterranean is to committing to settling there, which is pretty rough. But there's much better land up here. Holy cow. Hang on. Let's walk. Let's see what it looks like. Obviously, Akkad is an issue, right? There's a couple 2-2s here. You could settle up this way. There's much better land up here. Interesting. Obviously, turn 3, turn 4 settlement is very, very slow. Is really slow. It does give you good tiles. I would rather settle in place than do that move for a turn 4 settlement. But here's the thing. You plan to move your capital anyways. And look at this triple continent split. I say... Oh, let's actually do this. I think this is a fine time to do this. So, obviously, you could settle in place. You could settle on the Suez Canal. You could settle here. You could also walk all the way up here and settle, like, the T. That gets you close to these 2-2 and the wine tiles. And a silk. That actually makes a half-decent capital. You want to get trade routes with probably Spain here. As Dido. You're going to want Spain to have a harbor and to be able to trade together. So being on access to the Mediterranean is actually kind of important. But if you settle a capital here, you could also settle like another city here and get your second city to have a Kothon. Getting actually the boost celestial navigation is actually really hard here. Because you have, what, 1, 2, like only 3 fishing boats anywhere close by? Oh, that's rough, dude. This was a turn 4 settle. This is the starting location. It sucks. I mean, yeah, I mean, Dido spawn stinks. is very, very hard, and I don't think you can rely on Lady of the Reeds and Marshes. Now Molly's got Desert Folklore in the bag. But there's 2 players close to this marsh. And there's also marsh over here with Vietnam. By the way, this is the whole map. I meant to reveal this later, but I kind of wanted to see what was going on. You would have to work God King to get this, because there's not going to be any Face City States nearby, unless Vatican's in the game. Or Chinguetti. Actually, Chinguetti up here could actually help a ton. Chinguetti being in the game would be huge. Right? I believe this is Chinguetti. There's a Face City State right here. If that's in the game, that helps you get a Pantheon. That actually might help. Credo and Dio. Yeah, I mean, Korea's spawn we'll talk about too. But in terms of... Oh man, I mean, I would have to do the math and the turns and stuff to see like when you can get a settler out with 0 production. This is rough. 1, 2, turn 3 settle. I think you turn 3 settle up here. Yeah, I think that's a play. I think you go up this way. And I'm not saying that because Aquarius said it. I would say turn 3 settle on online speed is awful. But if you have a 0 production spawn, you kind of don't really have a choice.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water to the great beasts of the Stone Age.
Go all the way to the other side of the lake. Are you talking about the Black Sea? Two tiles north of Akkad, turn 3 settle. Yeah. Okay.
Mother of Carthage, all your life you faced great threats and overcame.
You'll try the move right now, and you'll try the settler rush without moving. Interesting. Sharkstar's giving us some science. So yeah, your palace, remember, your palace is your highest source of production early, +2 production from your capital. And you have 0 tiles to work. I mean, again, oh, actually, you know what? You have the 1/2/2 tile, and you're gonna grow. You could probably buy that pretty quick. So either you settle in place, or you turn 3 settle the T. Like this. Gives you a 2/2 to work. There's a nice 2/2 tile. And then you can get a scout. You have... The thing about Dido is you have so much uncontested land this way, which is interesting. But you definitely want to get... Oh my god, that's not the sailing boost. The Black Sea's a lake, so it doesn't give you the sailing boost. Settling on the rice and buying the 2/2, that's actually pretty smart, yeah. Settling here. Kothon, you're on the sea. You can work a gold tile to buy the 2/2 pretty quickly. And you're essentially just using your capital to pump out settlers. And making gold and doing nothing else with it. The Black Sea's a lake, dude. That actually hurts a lot. That hurts a lot. Oof. Once you buy the tile, what then? Yeah, no, I know. I know. You get some plantations down, and this is fishing boats, and you go for a fishing boat Pantheon. So you get +3 production and then gold. Pick up the continent and eventually desert floodplains. I mean, yeah. I mean, at that point, you could hope for Lady of the Reeds and Marshes, but that's also a big yikes. This is Tamara's spawn, by the way. Turn 2 settle on the wine, probably. Craftsman boost, interesting. Okay, sure. I mean, what it does, if you settle up here, if you settle your capital up here, it opens up the Suez Canal settle later. Which is something, I guess. And then you're going to want to find a natural wonder with a scout, I guess, somewhere. Turn 12 settler without a scout, settling the rice and buying a 2-2. And silk tile. What silk tile? You also have the problem with positioning where you're in the middle of the map. So technically anyone could ruin your game. But we'll see. I think your first settler needs to go over here to settle on the coast then. Getting a recon unit is actually massive. And I think you just need to go for these settlers and get your Kothons down. Oh, this silk tile. I see. Free trader is actually massive. So I would say Dido has a very slow start. Depending on what you do, you can find a way out of it. And the thing about Dido is that they will pick back up. Having half-cost harbors is so nice. I forgot to plug in this card, Maritime Industries. You can get very fast biremes. Dido will have a lot of cities. And their general... Dido's a really good civ. So in the right hands, she could scale well. It's just going to take a while. You definitely know she's going to get a golden age, though. Which is good. Turn 15 screenshot on Discord. Did you guys continue your conversation here? Interesting. You settle down here. You're definitely committing to the fishing boat. The harbor? Okay. Yeah. That's a incense settle, Kothon, strong campus. Okay. I think that's a good city. I don't think I would go there for a second city. I think you would take these two settlements first if you settle it in place. Just because of the food and production. I think you definitely go there eventually. Oh, and there's Mount Kilimanjaro. So technically, if you send your first scout straight south, you probably can boost astrology, sailing, and celestial nav. There's definitely a lot to figure out with this map. I would say a COD will not be here. I would be surprised if Anshan is, but technically that's probably fine for the purposes of CivGive. And really, Dido, as long as Dido, even if you turn 3 settle and you can still get a golden age, Dido's in the game. Oh, come on, a COD. Anyways, turn 20, you would have 3 settlements, a Byream, and you would have be able to get probably buy another builder and get social nav boosted. Oh, the Black Sea is not open. Okay. Anyways, just go double Byream here. If Valletta's in the game, 2 Byreams, kill Valletta, boom, you have another city. Alright, settle. Early Empire boost. Builder. Boost Celestial Nav. Get a governor. Go Pingala, of course. And this is something that Peppermint Butler knows. Remember, he killed Valletta in CivGive 2021. Like, he actually killed Valletta, which is hilarious that he could do the exact same thing again. Just from this one city pumping out Byreams. And you can get Social Nav by turn 22. Yeah, no, like, Dido is absolutely in this game. 100%. And let me show you why. Urban planning is helping a lot, obviously. There's another Byream. So next turn you kill Valletta. And then you have Kothons. As well as the Suez Canal here. I need mining. You can meet Shaka, of course. Ursa might contest Valletta. I don't think he will. I think, look how fast this happens. And this is with a warrior in it. It's half dead already. 2 turns, you kill Valletta. You get Connoisseur. Boom. 2 turns. You just gain another city. I would say to the Civ Show guys, Roman Holiday, put Valletta in the game. Absolutely. Put Valletta in the game. I'm going to take a screenshot and send this straight to the guys. Because PB's spawn is so sad, but if you can literally turn 3 settle and catch up with getting a Byream kill on Valletta, have a Suez city, and this game is entirely opened up. We're at 30 era score, guys. Look at this game. This is not... I wouldn't call this sad whatsoever. He can totally play it. It's why I think he still gets me. No, we have the district done. The Kothon's done. This is 30 era score with, yeah, like... Dude. Dude! What the hell is happening to my screenshot? Alright, I am literally sending this. Because I do not want to hear the entire CivGive that I won because my spawn is too good. And blah, 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 completely uncontested. You know, PB was out from the start. Like, he's in. He's absolutely in this game. And PB is a very good player. I'm going to send it straight to Roman Holiday. Oh, exceeds file size. All right, I don't know why that's... Discord is saying the screenshots is too big to send. Okay, hang on. Trying again. Send smaller screenshots. Absolutely. That's really good. No, like Dido is just so good. You don't have to settle. Yeah, here's the other thing. You don't have to settle every city on the coast. Yeah, that's true. Look at where everyone spawns. Spain is here. Mali, Zulu, Dido. The next closest person is Vietnam and Korea. Look at all of this land that the settler spamming specialist can go SETI and put commercial hubs down. All the way down this coast. All the way up here. Like, Dido can do it. PB can do it. And here's the other thing. Naval trade between Dido and Spain is just as good with Spain into Dido, because you're going to have a bunch of trade routes with your half-cost harbors with Dido, trading across water to a civ that has harbors. If Spain is building harbors, that means all trade routes get +3 gold, but that's doubled because it's traveling across water. Every trade route from the start of the game will be +6 gold. Of course, as soon as you get to civil service, you get alliances. And Visselbanken, you get food and production. Food, production, culture, science, or whatever you want with the alliance. The city sprawl building any districts you want in all of these cities. This land doesn't have to be good. It just has to be good enough to get to one commercial hub down, and you're good. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Game is playable without Valletta. That's true. I just think I think having this city just absolutely makes up for the fact that it's a turn 3 settle, and I want to see PB like just go. Spawn's not the worst out of the pool. Yeah, no. Now that we're examining this, I rate it much higher than Korea. I think this spawn is actually like, we could do a 1 out of 10 pool. Like, we could talk about Brazil. I think Brazil spawn is good. It is just crippled by this. I think Gran Colombia is a little weak in terms of spawns. It's next to all this jungle, which is nice. Dido, I would say the initial is scary, but after a turn 3 settle and the amount of tempo you get with just a half-cost harbor civ on the coast and killing a city-state, baby. Like, with the ally of Spain, which Spain wants to trade. Because look at this. If Spain is trading to Dido, they get their bonus. Spain gets +3 gold, 2 faith, and 1 production on trade routes. Period. Does not need to be internal. It's expected to be external because trade routes between multiple continents receive triple these numbers. So we'll quickly dive into Spain. Spain just needs to build harbors and send trade routes to Dido, because then every single trade route will have 9 gold, 6 faith, and 3 production on it. Like, everyone, I feel like everyone thinks that Spain needs to spawn on a continent split for the sake of getting the free builder and the missions. The missions, of course, are a late game tile improvement, so it doesn't matter because you'll have shipbuilding. But it's really just the trade route. The trade route's what's important. And if you have a Dido building harbors on water trade routes, so for instance, 1 trade route to Dido with just a Kothon is 6 gold base because of what we talked about before, right? 3 gold from a harbor, doubled from gold, doubled from the water efficiency bonus. That's 6 gold, plus the additional other 6 gold. So it's 12 gold per turn. No. 9 plus 6 is 15 gold per turn, 6 faith, and 3 production per trade route. Before Visselbanken and alliances. Like this, like Madrid, no matter where they settle, they need to settle in a way to just get harbors down and trade with Dido. Like, crazy. And Dido should let Spain settle as much as they can and just keep building harbors between them, and then they can settle south, east, north. Like, Sidon is on Asia, yeah. So this is a new continent. And trade routes across water, baseline have what, 30 tile range? So what I'm trying to say is Dido is 100% in this game and is very, very clearly on a path to sprawl, have tons of golden trade routes, and then I would say for a golden age, you actually try to go pen brush so you can get civil service faster and guilds or Visselbecken faster. But then medieval era, you go free inquiry and get huge science numbers on the harbor adjacency. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Land is 15 tiles and water is double that. Yeah. Because Portugal goes even further and it's absolutely ridiculous, right? Portugal, 50% more range across water. So Portugal has 45 tile range. Yes. Yeah. So we'll talk about Spain. Actually, let's talk about Spain right now. Let's talk about Spain right now because we're going straight into it. And I want to talk about this one in detail, specifically for Ursa Ryan, because I watched his stream, so I want to return the favor. Because gosh dang, Ursa Ryan was saying he regrets his pick, basically. And I would say he shouldn't. He should absolutely not regret his pick. We'll get to Korea. All right, let's go Spain. Continent split on TSL is not RNG. Yeah, no, Spain is happy. Spain is crazy. RNG continent splits on regular maps is its downside, yes. Certain map scripts like BBM basically guarantees continent split. I think... Okay, this is how I feel about Spain. I think Spain does not need to spawn on a land continent split to be good. He has a geothermal spawn bias, because that'll pull him to a continent split because he has a bunch of abilities that involve continent splits. You want to go find a new continent to trade with. You want to go there to settle. You want to put the missions there. You want to get your conquistadors going. You have a bonus when it comes to like religious stuff, but religion is not your primary concern. It is your trade routes. And again, this is a perfect example of a spawn where Spain is very, very close to a continent split. They can't settle it, and I don't care. It is so good. I think there's a couple of different things you could do for your first moves, but like to hammer down the point, as we were just saying, Spain's main ability is this trade route ability. I mean, you could form fleets and armadas early. That's awesome. Like that's later though, right? A lot of his abilities are later. So you have combat strength against other civs that have a different religion than you. That's cool. That can happen anywhere, right? Inquisitors 100% stronger. That's mostly flavor, but it's also like a good counter like to Byzantium, but also not his primary concern. And the fact that you get a 25% production towards districts and a builder when you settle on a new continent, I argue is also supposed to be a mid-game bonus. It's not supposed to be like your first settlement is on a new continent and you get this production bonus and you get this builder out and your tempo is crazy and your internal trade. Like that is broken. That is broken, Philip. That is spawning on nothing but breathtaking appeal, Teddy. Broken, right? The idea of Spain is he's a colonizer. You want to build ships, you want to go sail, you want to explore, find new continents, you're going to settle new continents. And there's a lot of civs in the game that are specifically designed in mind thinking about their real life history based off the real life world. So his bonuses, yes, the builders, like he's really, really good at colonizing mid-game. He's one of those civs that makes settling late game worth it, because you can get those cities up and running so fast. That makes him a colonizing civ. I don't think you need that builder and that production on your first 3 settlements. That's fine. What you do have is this ability right here. Trade routes receive 3 gold, 2 faith, and 1 production. Period. His trade routes just better, right? tripled across different continents. Guess what? Here's a continent split. Over here's another continent split. If you can just go straight into building harbors, getting trade routes, ignoring holy sites, and just get those trade routes with Dido and Mali, who are both on different continents. As we were saying earlier, Dido, if they just have a Kothon built, a trade route will give you 3 gold per turn. For the harbor district, doubled because you're trading across a significant portion of water. That's a 6 gold per turn trade route. Now, you give the 3 gold, 2 faith, and 1 production. But remember, it's across a continent split, so you triple that. So instead of 6 gold trade routes, which is already a good early game tempo, you now have 6 plus 9, which is 15 gold per turn, 6 faith, and 3 production international trade routes from the start of the game. Because Dido is within range of the capital if you settle here, or if probably even if you settle here. We can actually count that out. Let's actually reveal all here. So Dido, assuming they settle here or here, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 tiles away. Remember, range on water is 30 tiles. So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. You could trade from Lisbon to Carthage is here. This what's the name? Sorry, Phoenicia. What's the I'm blanking on the term for the capital of Phoenicia. That isn't Carthage. You could trade from turn 1 and have crazy trade routes. So from foreign trade, which is your second civic, which is boosted, as long as Dido settles on this coast and you get a boat and you scout it, you're going to have a 15 gold, 6 faith, 3 production trade route before you get to civil service alliances and Wisselbanken. Spain is just good. Spain is laughing. The cons to this spawn are you can only settle one direction. So, if you settle your capital, let's just say you settle here for the sake of argument because it gives you the most room possible. Then you could settle next to Matterhorn. You could settle, not really there. You could settle up here. You could settle over this way. But once you get shipbuilding, which you will be getting early, being Spain, because you're going to be teching this way, then you can settle over here. All right, this is the same landmass. It's technically the same landmass, so you have to settle like over here. And you can do your own internals too. But as Dido is settled here, maybe they take a city-state over here, they settle down this way, you are laughing. You are having a fantastic time because the CivGive guys will not put a ton of city-states in Europe because there's only one direction for you to settle, period. They're not going to do it. They're going to put Armagh and Cardiff down, probably, and maybe there's some like city-states up this way, or like Levent or Valletta here, but you are so happy. You are so happy, so happy. And like, I want to drive down the point. Like, Spain is 100% in this game. And not only that, look at the access to the sea you have to come fleet an armada. Your choice of anyone you want to. Oh, man. Let me catch up on chat because I completely ignored you guys because I need to get that all out for a second. Spain is top 5 in the Civ in the game. Yes, and I think this spawn is super strong. Especially with Dido across the Mediterranean. Agree, yeah. No, Spain is laughing here. Conquistadors plus its Chaplain Apostle is very good. Yeah. Could you, like, Spain could, bring Conquistadors to the New World. And, like, really mess me up if he wanted to. Plus 10 common strength if there's a religious unit within 1 hex. So all you have to do is make sure you have a religion. Doesn't have to be your religion. There might be someone down here with work ethic that will gladly give you that religion. And then you bring Conquistadors, which are 58 strength, which are stronger than muskets, but then have an additional 10 combat strength with those religious units. Like, there's so much stuff that they can do. It's so good. It's 21 gold per turn from the city center. Oh my god, you're right. Sorry. I did that math wrong. Thank you guys for correcting me. Dido gets a trade route that is 3 gold from the district and 3 gold from the city center. So it's a 6 gold base, and then it's doubled from water efficiency, so it's 12 gold per turn, and then you add the triple yield of this. So 12 plus 9 is 21 gold per turn, 6 faith, and 3 production. Thank you, Mikeman. This is... I would say, people were saying that, like, you should have picked Portugal. Sad. I don't think this is sad. I think Spain is it's hard to argue which is stronger between Portugal and Spain here, but I think Spain's way more versatile. They'll have inherent production and faith, but also they have a land unit, which means they could attack someone if they wanted to. So good. So good. So good. So dude. Surely Ursa won't attack me, Doge Kick. I give Ursa 100% permission. If he wants a fight with a player in CivGive, because it's a charity event and you don't want to be a bully in CivGive, he has 100% permission to come at me. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, let's have fun. Let's have some fun this CivGive. And I know he can come attack me. I know Brazil could send battleships at me. I know Gran Colombia could send a bunch of horses my way. And Llaneros, there's a lot of people that could invade me. As well as Dido. Like, I don't think I have this game in the bag, guys. Spain with the uncontested crusade and an insane fight in multiplayer. Could you imagine if I didn't have a religion too, and he just decided to send a crusade my way? Chaplain Apostle as a medic. Oh my god, on a Conquistador? That's sick. If I win this year, the trophy stays in America. In a multiplayer game, the combat bonuses help Spain more. Yeah, I mean, I would say Spain was a better pick than Portugal. For the sake of a bunch of reasons, but it's just more fun. Portugal controls the seas with crazy nows, but you can't get off the sea. You only control the sea. So if someone just settles all their cities inland, like, you can't touch them. But Spain can do a bunch. Spain can do a bunch. Spain is so good. And I think there's a couple different things. Let's talk about the actual immediate settle, right? There's a couple things that you want to do here. As we just explored, you skip holy sites. Screw holy sites. You don't need them. You want harbors. You want those trade routes. You need that lighthouse built, right? You are going to roleplay as Portugal from the start of the game. Now, you could settle the wine for turn 1 and have a terrible harbor, but it points directly over to Dido. Okay. The problem with this is that there is, what, 1 fishing boat? It actually kills a really nice Matterhorn settle too. And you would have to rely... I actually don't like that. You could settle in place. Remember, that's an option. And you could build a harbor. Remember, harbors can embark trade routes if the city is directly adjacent to the harbor, right, you can get coastal access. Or if it is 1 tile from the coast. A trade route can hop 1-2 tiles away from a harbor and connect. For some reason, they cannot connect 3 tiles away. So whatever you do, your harbor needs to be at least 1 or 2 tiles away from your city center, not 3. You don't want to do that. You don't want to buy a 3rd tile ring regardless, but you also need to make sure your harbor is close by. So settle in place is absolutely something you could do. You have a fishing boat here. You have a fishing boat here. And you have a fishing boat here. To get to harbors, you need to improve 2 fishing boats. Which means you'll probably grow to this boat just fine and get a builder there. But you would have to buy a 3rd tile fishing boat. What I think is your best option, to be honest, is to do this. Oh god, I have to do this. You can build holy sites into discounted harbor if you want a religion. Yes, you can do that. The problem with this spawn, 2 things. Orion doesn't know how to do district discounting. So if you're coming from a CPL mindset, that's not happening. The second thing is that where's your holy site here? These holy sites stink. And you probably want to go for the fishing boat pantheon. Which might be contested by your ally, but, you know, it is what it is. Remember, this is now turn 2. Turn 2 settle. Oh, my shortcuts all died. You can turn 2 settle, be within 1 tile range of your fishing boats, and get a very fast... Ooh, excuse me. A very fast builder out to get these 2 improved, so that you can boost sailing by settling on the coast, astrology by finding Matterhorn, and celestial navigation by those 2 fishing boats. That way you can actually get a harbor built in the ancient era and actually get a golden age, possibly. You don't have access to a +4 harbor, unfortunately, but you could get your harbors down by the time you're changing the era. Now, getting a golden will be a little tricky, right? Like, maybe you can settle Matterhorn. Maybe you can actually do it. But, like, at that point, monumentality, gold buying settlers and stuff would be awesome. Because I think you go holy sites eventually, so you'll have faith eventually. But remember, monumentality gives you gold on... or discounts on gold buying settlers. So you wouldn't have to rely on building settlers out of the capital. You could settle a city, gold buy, after 2 pop, go to another city, grow to 2 pop, buy, go ahead and settle again. Like, monumentality is really good here in these situations where you really have to chain your settlements. Also, welcome into the new people in chat. Welcome in. This reef is also pretty good for additional campus. I think you can also do... There's a couple things you can do here. I think there's a couple of things you could do here, but I would argue the only thing you need to do is you need to make sure that you settle on the close to the fish, so that you can get all 3 boosts to celestial navigation. Turn 2 settles are bad on online speed. Civ Master, we know this, but it is a TSL map. Also, turn 2 settle on online speed is not that bad. If it saves you a lot of tempo. Remember, otherwise, it's really hard to boost sailing and, you know, astrology and all those things. Yes, you could settle in place here and settle here, which is fine, but then you have to get the fishing boats. The turn 2 settle is slow tempo, but it fixes itself because it gives you back tempo by another source. If you do a bad tempo choice, it is okay if it fixes tempo in another situation. Which is the same reason why we said, even in this map, it's okay to turn 3 settle as Dido, which is awful on online speed, but it makes up for it with all of the things we covered with Dido earlier. If Fez is settled, Fez won't be in the game. Again, the Civ show is hand-picking the city-states they are not going to pick city-states that are within 3 tiles of a spawning location. Like, they're not going to do that. They're going to put Armagh and Cardiff in. Because you could actually settle Europe really close here, because this is a different landmass. Mikeman says turn 1 settle is the best since you can grow into the wine and the amber, then buy one of the 3rd ring fish. I think that's okay too. As long as you make sure that your next settlement, 1, 2, 3, goes next to the Matterhorn so you get that sailing boost. What I'm trying to say is there's multiple things you can do with this spawn here, and we can argue one way or the other. But as long as you settle on the coast and look for the boats and you get the harbor down, you're laughing. You're laughing. Because you're going to trade with Tyre and it's going to be great. So, yeah, I mean, literally, we can all have different ideas about how to play this game, guys. Like, I already covered the wine settle. We already talked about this. There's no fish nearby. I don't think it's terrible, but I think there's a couple different things you could do here. The other thing about the wine settle is it kills settling everywhere else. And then you have to settle like all the way over here by Matterhorn, which might not be possible if Venice is in the game. So if you settle the wine and Venice is in the game, you killed that settlement too. So again, there's going to be city-states in Europe. I don't know which ones, but they're not going to make the ones that are right here. All resources are baked into the map already. So, for instance, if I open up Fire Tuner, which I can do, I could reveal horses and stuff. I also have a map right here that shows all of the resources. So we know iron is underneath that campus spot we were talking about. And uranium is in France. Horses are up here. So you have horses and iron nearby. Again, you don't really care about those resources. You have niter close by. Coal is definitely important, but I'm pretty sure that there's coal in Scotland, which you will settle by that point in the game. But looks like you're going to need to go find some colonies to get more coal. All right, we're not talking about mods today. Man. Long story short, this spawn is very playable. Mikeman, yes. I would say, hey, Aquarius, see you later. Enjoy the movie. I mean, Ursa Ryan should not be upset by his spawn whatsoever, period. Like, this is... Ursa Ryan is laughing. Dido, absolutely in the game. Pedro, super in the game. If not contested by Lumbago, which is a wild card. And significantly weakens his game based off of the proximity here. But it is what it is. And I think Molly is another big one we need to look at. But I think I've talked about everything I wanted to when it comes to Spain. If anyone has anything last things you want to talk about Spain, feel free to say something. But harbors into Government Plaza, of course, but then into campuses and holy sites. You're feeling really good. You're feeling really good. The rivers are fixed. Everything on the map is fixed. The tiles are fixed. The rivers are fixed. The features are fixed. The resources are fixed. The goody huts are fixed. And I'm pretty sure the starting barbarian tiles might be. But I can't quite quote that. I can't quite quote that. Every time I practice my America game, they always spawn in the same spot. But that could have just been because the game seed that I was reloading. So the barbarians, I can't quite quote. But yes, everything about the map is known. This is the reason this is the reason why we decided that we can do True Start location this year for CivGive. We know this map is by no means balanced. It is frustratingly overpowered for about half the civs you could pick, like consistently five super strong civs, right? Bull Moose Teddy, Brazil, Russia, Mali, like Vietnam, those are like, and Congo, Ethiopia, maybe. Like, there were some very, very strong civs on TSL. Of course, we banned Russia because we just decided that was too easy because of all this uncontested Tundra land. But the reason why we decided to go with TSL anyways, even though this is super busted, is one, it will be entertaining as hell because everyone loves to watch TSL. And two, every player will have a full week to plan their game out. So regardless of how bad their spawn sucks from the very get-go, you can figure out a plan and a course of action over the course of the week instead of getting flustered and throwing your hands up at the start of the game and watching the turn counter fly by because you're like, what am I supposed to do? Now you can figure out what you can do. And again, it's not perfectly balanced. And it's not supposed to be. But everyone has an idea of what to do. And it will be fun for all players involved, I believe. And remember, CivGive is point-based. It is not about winning a generic victory condition. It is about winning the point system that they set up. So the point system, where everyone gets points based off of different things, each player has bonus objectives tailored to their civilization. And guess what? The civilizations with weaker spawns might have easier objectives to do, to just get the balance back a little bit in their favor for actually winning CivGive, as well as placing city-states to help balance things out. I think this is an event you guys are going to want to watch and not right off the bat. Because some people said, Bull Moose Teddy, guess what? You're winning the game. I don't know. Spain's spawn is okay. Dido's spawn is okay. Together, the combination of both these civs is scary. And I think there's a lot that can still happen in this game. I'm telling you guys, there's a lot that could happen in this game. Dams might be broken. I think they're available. I know rivers don't flood in this. There are forest fires. Forest fires do happen on this map. Hurricanes and those types of things do happen. Rivers, I've never seen this Mississippi River flood. Never. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Love Spain, first true love. Again, something we can talk about with America. The problem with America, this is a good spawn. Don't get me wrong. This is amazing. But I won't have a trade partner. And that's the problem with you can free sim America, yes. That's super strong, yes. But you kind of get locked out of trade routes. You could trade down here with Gran Colombia, maybe, right? But you're not going to have the crazy tempo that Dido and Spain have with their trade routes from the start of the game. Period. I think the game is more balanced than people are putting, not balanced, but more interesting than I think some people are trying to credit. The reef spot gives you free iron on your campus. Yep. And a better industrial zone later. Yep. Oh, you don't mean rivers fixed as unlocked, and you mean corrected and not broken. Rivers, I don't know about dams, if you can place dams. I'm pretty sure most of the Reddit posts where you see, hey, why can't I put a dam here? are from the other TSL map, the standard size TSL map that was built before Gathering Storm. I think the TSL huge map is actually okay, but I could be wrong about that. Floodplains give negative appeal for preserve. Yeah, yeah. But that's okay. Teddy doesn't need to have a preserver in every city. Teddy, you don't play Teddy by... You start with preserves, but also you don't only do appeal. How you play Teddy is that you have a section for appeal and yields. You have a section for districts, and you have a section for production and negative appeal. So that you have everything. You can't go full preserve, full science, culture, all that stuff. You need to have the production to back up your game. And you need districts, of course, because it's Civ. You need districts. So, including industrial zones. A couple of really well-placed industrial zones go so far in a Bull Moose Teddy game because those factories will fire up the rest of the cities. Just a couple of central industrial zones in those floodplains, which have negative appeal anyway. So put your industrial zones there, and you're great. And you're great. If the rivers don't flood, dams won't be buildable. We'll find out. I mean, we'll find out. For the record, you have fixed a TSL huge map if you want to float that to mooring. I think it's a little bit late. I think we're trying. The point of TSL huge is to not play with a mod. Because we're working directly with Firaxis. Need a little bit of Texas in there, yeah. Resident negative appeal enjoyer. That's the thing, though. I build mines as Bull Moose Teddy. Like, lumber mills are great. Yes. But also, mines are good. So, I'll have a preserve over here and a bunch of mines over here. And they don't touch. And they don't bother each other whatsoever. I think you rush construction as Bull Moose Teddy, especially with the map that we have, because it's very flat, guys. It's very flat. Besides there's like 3 hills in North America. Like, besides a couple where the preserves are going, there's like 3 hills. It's hilarious. It's so flat. So you need construction on this map. And you're not going to have very many mines. But, guys, I'm going to walk through the first couple turns on this, how I think you should play. Again, we said you can settle in place, you can settle on wine, you can do a few things. I think the play is to do this for a couple of reasons. Like maybe you have better production tempo over here. I don't know. Actually, maybe in place is the right way. Actually, I don't know anymore. But this is the idea that I had. Because you get the sailing boost. You can tech sailing immediately. We have a city-state of Cardiff here, right? But we'll find the Matterhorn. There are left of the wine. I would say either of these are fine. Either of these are fine. I think this wine settle is bad because it kills this settlement. But selling in place gives you a 2-2. This tile to work, this tile to work, this tile. You, like Mikeman said, you're going to grow to the amber and you can buy 1 fishing tile. I think settling in place is probably actually the best choice now that we've really talked about it. You're just going to have to try to rush a settler on the coast over here and then it'll be fine. But yeah, you have a settlement already. But also, all your scouts are going to have Alpine, which is so nice, because you can just go through all of Europe and stuff. Venice here is actually nice for your harbors, funny enough. Your issue with this is it's going to slow down all of your cities that have to walk back that way. That's fair. Oh, you know what? I mean, with this city-state being here, you have to settle this tile anyways instead of this tile. Yeah, maybe the play. Maybe you're right. Maybe the play is settling in place. It is TSL, right? Because you could probably get that settler there in time to boost sailing anyways. Yeah. I think you go urban planning here and run survey. Turn 2 Settled Coast has more food options grow into production. There's Molly. It's actually very easy to meet Molly. That's crazy. How did we meet Molly? There. It's because our settler... Wait a second. Huh. Did we meet him because our settler's vision kicked in before we could actually see it? Yeah, no, I think you guys have convinced me. I think you settle in place. You send a settler here. And then you send a settler up this way. And you get your harbors down. Pretty much anywhere, but probably here. Europe is actually pretty decent with Lady of the Reeds and Marshes too. I think that's a pretty... That's a late pick though.
I don't believe in it.
But as long as you have both these boosted and you can get to social nav, and then you can probably gold buy a builder.
That's the positive.
Is it worth finding Cardiff first for the quick +1 prod, or is a +1 gold from Venice better? I would say, because the production is only towards districts and buildings, I would say Venice is more important, because you're going to need a little bit of time before you're building your districts anyway. He probably saw me. I mean, he saw my land. Do you have to find the city center to meet someone, or just one of my tiles? I forget. I would say overall, gold city-states are just so good on harbor openings, of course. Yeah, this is going to take forever. I think you guys are right. The settle in place is the play. That also keeps your capital safe from a late invasion from someone wanting to do shenanigans too. I forgot to plug in the boat production card. But this is what I mean. Get your builder out here. Get those fish tiles. And there's that continent that you're 21 gold per turn trade routes to this continent. Absurd, dude. Yeah, now that I've done this, there was no reason. There was no reason to move further away. But yeah, galley. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and unlock this just for the sake of showing off building boats really fast. This city needs to grow food first. Oh, crap. No, not next turn. Okay, I wasted a turn there. Yeah, we're not going to know what city-states there are. I would say very strong chance for Cardiff and or Armagh. But look, we've actually grown to 2 fishing tiles already. We haven't had to buy any tiles. This city actually has good food and production now because we worked the marsh first. Okay, craftsman next. You can also go Pangala. Probably, if we know Ursa Ryan, he's going to go ahead and go for an Amani Tora, and he probably should because the era score is so good here. Yeah, there was no reason to move off this hill. You wanted that +1 production, but here you got a boat. We got a Pantheon already too because of a goodie hut. And there's going to be a lot of uncontested goodie huts up for him here. But you can go Fishing Boat Pantheon. Lady of the Reeds and Marshes is a backup, I think. City Patron Goddess is actually really nice here because you'll get your harbors down faster. That's actually really nice. That's actually really nice. For a Civ that has full cost harbors compared to Dido, who has half cost, that could really work out. And look, he has all of this area in Europe to go explore and find goody huts. And you can probably send a boat down this way to meet Molly while this boat goes to meet Dido. Settle in place, yeah. I think settle, yeah, like, look at the resources you have. Iberia is actually kind of nice. You can actually get a Matterhorn holy site, too. Once you get to irrigation. And your culture is actually not bad because of Matterhorn, which is so nice. You grow to the wine in place, yeah. Oh, you're right. If you settle in place, you're going to grow to this wine, which means buying one of these fish is only one tile to buy. But yeah, here's our trade routes right now. Right? 3 gold, 2 production. Like, internals are good, but let's wait. We're going to wait. Because Tyre is on the coast. Also, we have harbors on turn 24, guys. Which means you'll get them done before the era rolls over. And you can go straight into shipbuilding if you want. Or pick up some animal husbandry stuff. Would you not put a commercial hub in other cities of Spain? Great people are better. I think you could go in a... I think you could absolutely put Reina in one of your cities. Go harbor and commercial hub. Go harbor master. For a +6, +10. And then, because you're going to be rushing for Naval Tradition, the Harbor Adjacency card, that's a total of 300% adjacency on your harbors for a very strong free inquiry later on. Oh, there's an astrology boost right there, too. And next turn, we can see how good this trade route is. This is turn 26, guys. They don't even have their Koth on yet. So good. So good. I'm messaging Ursa right now. Oh my goodness, dude. Seven Faith, ignore God King? Absolutely, dude. There's no reason to run God King. Look at these trade routes. This is turn 26, and you have 25 gold per turn. And then you can go shipbuilding and get settlements over here. Now, Mali probably settles here, but you can absolutely settle here and get the builder too.
Who deserves more?
Free tech. And look, Golden Age already. He's like such an easy Golden Age. And that's with no districts built. This is a... We have met 2 civs. We did go Reyna. But that actually helps you chain meet Armagh. Your Pantheon is usually whenever you place Moksha for the audience chamber boost. Yeah, big friends here. I think if Ursa and Peppermint Butler work together, they are having a wonderful game. As soon as soon as I saw the draft, as soon as I saw this is what I realized. And this is what people need to understand. Ursa Ryan and Peppermint Butler are some of the best single-player Civ players that we know of, like content creator-wise. They are going to understand this. And I think if Ursa Ryan hasn't realized this, I think he has realized this. And he was keeping a little bit of this close to heart. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think he is going to lend trading with Peppermint Butlers early compared to Mali because of this. Right? I think you settle here. I'm not gonna pin the whole thing for him, right? I just want everyone to know, like, oh crap, that actually sucks. Hey look, Government Plaza. He's access to a lot of air score around here too. But then you can go Pingala. Make sure you get Connoisseur to get your culture up to get to alliances. Of course, feudalism too. Feudalism first, alliances, yeah. And he could settle all the way up this way, wherever there's not city-states. Or he could literally go shipbuilding and just start colonizing islands. Because these islands are Africa. I mean, I don't know if you want to settle out there, but there's options, man. And look, we're at 19 gold already, which means you can actually buy a lighthouse in a couple turns. Dude. That's so funny. Anyways. So yeah, I think we talked about Spain enough. Yeah, I don't think you actually settle these islands. And try Vietnam? We could absolutely try Vietnam. Vietnam is a start that I know very well because Vietnam was number 2 in my draft. Originally number 1 until I did some math with Teddy. You can absolutely look at the next one. Because I hope anyone watching this is getting very excited for CivGive. Because I'm very excited for CivGive. I'm very excited for CivGive. Yeah, let's botch Ryu. Vietnam will be fun. Vietnam is a little bit awkward. And one reason is the same reason as Brazil. In that it's the other spawn that has the closest neighbor. So, just as Van Bradley has to deal with lumbago nearby with Gran Colombia, Carl has to deal with Korea and Sassy Gamer Lady, which, as Vietnam, I would normally say is not a problem. But you gotta look at the map first. You gotta look at this map first. Because entirely to the east is floodplain, meaning you cannot plant trees, which means your +5 combat bonus for being in woods, rainforest, and marsh, and +10 if those features are in your land, does not count floodplain. It also means it's very hard to district this direction because you can't put districts on floodplains ever. Specialty districts. You can put towns down. And this is awesome. This Halong Bay astrology boost start. You settle here. We could argue about where to settle. You settle here. +1 food, +1 food, +1 culture. +2 food, +1 culture from turn 1. Turn 1 settle. You're laughing. The encampment can go anywhere. However, the encampment gets culture for putting districts around it. Meaning, you want to put your encampments in a location that you can put districts around, because that's where you get the culture. That is where Vietnam is so good. We're going to go for a Hoi site, though, because this is amazing. And you can double scout, too, because you can go multiple directions with Vietnam. You would argue about that settle, but it's fine. Look, you could settle. You could get the 2-2, but here, if you move one tile over, you have this 2-2, but you can also culture grow to this 2-2. The tempo here is just great. You could settle here, and you still have the era score, but you don't have the +1 food per turn. You don't have this culture immediately, which means, and then, I mean, you work a 2-2, you grow to a. You'll probably grow to this pretty quickly, and then you can work a couple things, which will then help you grow to another feature. No, it'll go to another 2-2 eventually. Either way, in CivGive, pantheons are very contested, and there's a couple of ways to get a quick pantheon. If, for instance, you have a really strong Sacred Path opening, and you want to contest Brazil for Sacred Path. One way is culture, because you get to God King faster, which can beat Brazil to God King by a turn, meaning you beat Brazil to a Pantheon by a turn. So there's a couple things you could do here. I wonder how Carl's going to do online speed. Carl has done online speed before. He has played Vietnam last year. He plays Vietnam differently than I do. So we'll see. Preserve would be fun. Yes, except you're not Brazil. And look, now we're growing. You're immediately growing. As soon as you got the 2 pop, we grew 1 turn later. Hey, Ice Fury. And then you have a few things coming around here. You could actually go for a settler pretty much immediately. But this is the floodplains that I'm worried about with Vietnam. It's really hard to settle this direction. God King Survey. You always want to end a turn in the rainforest too, because it gives you an additional movement point. But there, you have a one. You have, guys. There's 3 natural wonders on this map. On this spawn, Nalanda's awkward. I think you kill Nalanda. I think you voice shed Nalanda to get this. Our food is actually going crazy right now. There's 3 natural wonders here. 1, 2, 3. Is Pantanal close enough? Pantanal is like 4 tiles away from Brazil. And actually, I don't think... I don't think you want to rush a holy site here. I think Carl might. Just to get that faith per turn. And what are you at? 6 production per turn. Buy another tile. Prod focus, 8 production per turn. I'm wondering if God King speeds us up a turn or not. Or urban planning. So 31 production. Divided by 8 is 4 turns. And 31 production divided by 9 is also 4 turns. So probably not. Depending on rollover. But you never know. But yeah, this is what you have to worry about. Look at all this floodplain. You can't defend any of this territory from Korea, who is going to go for early science, which Korea is its own thing, but assuming Korea has a good science game and there's Hwachas or something coming, you're kind of scared. Because you essentially lose your Vietnam bonus. Like, if you have tons for defense, that's one thing. But there's a few things you could do with tons. What I figured out was the best option was something along the lines of putting your tons down, like, kind of like this between a few cities. I think settle there, settle here. Oh, actually, Singapore is killing a city. I was planning on settling here. Ton. And then settle over here. To build a few tons down, which means you go Holy Site, Government Plaza. You can put a Holy Site here, and then you go into commercial hubs. Eventually, you'll be able to plant trees, so you can commercial hub here next to this ton. This tile's iron. So you can't put a district there. But you could also put another holy site here if you get Sacred Path. And then you have this. You have these crazy tons for culture. And that will get up to feudalism and medieval affairs by like turn 40s. Early 40s. Now, you also... have all this craziness. So you have really nice campuses in this area. But you have a lot of mountains. So you can eventually get a lot of really good campuses too. And assuming Nalanda is not here, or assuming they are and you kill it, you're gonna be pretty good. Between culture, gold, faith, science, you're gonna have a good game. The only thing you need to do is to figure out where you are setting a border with Sassy, which means you're going to have like a bunch of Void Chen up this way. You know, and just line up like a bunch of Void Chen on this river. And unfortunately... like, you'll have some that are in trees. And then, of course, you know, you could also have some melee units. But this is it is holdable. It's just a lot more awkward and a lot more vulnerable than Vietnam normally would be. Is this TSL Earth? Hey, Ice Fury, welcome to CivGive. Check out the Discord. All the information is there in Discord. CivGive this year is Sunday. This Sunday. It is TSL Earth huge, and you know what that means. Yeah, I mean, it's no, realistically, this is very holdable. Because of a few instances, this is not going to be Korea's strongest game. But I'm just trying to point out all of the things that are awkward about this spawn. Because, yeah. Also, that's actually a really good campus, so you want to settle somewhere else. This is, in my test games, I had settled there, and then I think I settled here. And then you can do, like, tons and commercial hubs and stuff. And then the Indian subcontinent may or may not be open. You also have access to candy pretty early, and also access to boats. You can settle out this way. But I think Vietnam, you make a settlement, something like this. I want to see Carl, because Carl didn't build his tons like this in CivGive last year. I want Carl to do Bay True justice and make some high culture tons, and not just like defensive tons next to like a single district for a little bit of culture. I want to see this. I want to see this. And again, this isn't like perfect. This isn't perfect Vietnam. You know, like it's like you can't put tons here because the T's in the way. Like if you settle in place, maybe you could ton and do something, but there's no adjacency. This is basically what I had mapped out to be my best game. Now, you'll notice it's very cramped between the coast and the mountains, and this is why Vietnam was not my top pick. Because you can fit like a preserve in here. Because you can plant trees very early, right? But you can put no preserves here, no preserves here, no preserves down here. And then Indian subcontinent, you could put some like a preserve or two in, but I wanted more. In Vietnam, you don't build preserves until after you've made it to medieval fairs, and you can plant trees. You want to do your tons and stuff first. So that's why I went with Teddy. You think Zoe's going to be here? Oh, yeah, we still talk about Coupe. You see a Giga setup, but a different capital? All right, let's talk about it, Mikeman. So you're talking about settling in place. I'm assuming you still want a holy site here. Cap on Marsh. So you're turn 2 settling. Oh. You know, I didn't even think about that. Marsh is where Sharks is testing too. City on geothermal. Ooh, okay. I like it. Yeah, actually, moving opens up this city. And that's a really good, it has like a bunch of 2-2s in. And, ooh, okay. City on Stone West. Way over here? Okay. You might have to side with VB this time around. That's okay. VB is playing Brazil. Oh my god, please. Please, I hope this happens in CivGive. Oh my god. If this happens, they're so in the game, guys. Also, it can happen up here. Or, you know, all of this. Triangle setup on the 2-0 banana and 2-1 rainforest. This right here is my favorite thing. Oh, yeah. Ever. In the history of forever. I think about this every day. I think about this all night long. I stay awake, not sleeping. Because I'm thinking about this. Okay. Okay, you got your holy sites nearby that you start with. Again, you could go commercial hub or holy site Vietnam. I think you go holy site Vietnam here because of this obvious holy site option. And +6 movement builders with monumentality in Vietnam is absurd. This means you could technically settle here if you really wanted to, assuming Singapore's not there. 2-1 hill. Oh, because you can't do the banana because of the city. Right. So then you can put a government plaza here, boost those. Holy site, holy site, holy site. And then, depending on when you get to medieval fairs. Oh, hello. You can start putting more districts down. So you got your commercial hub. You got another commercial hub eventually. And you have another district you can put here. So you got your campus down. Okay. Okay. I think I scoot this city over one tile so that you can get a settlement here. And then you can get another ton in here. You can even go for like a crazy Reina city. And I don't know, you probably Coliseum somewhere. There'll be no game modes. This might be even, yeah. Oh, hang on. Let me cook. Yeah. Oh, baby. Plus 12 ton is possible. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, this is iron. That was the problem. That's iron. But you still get the 10s. Yeah, rip. I was trying to remember why I didn't get to something like this, but that's iron. I think this is still actually very, very interesting because look at this campus. All right. Because you're gonna move here, settle, hoy site, without buying a tile. So you lose a turn, right? Turn 2 settle, but you don't have to buy a tile. So tempo trade-offs, right? Holy site, holy site, holy site. You might get Sacred Path for this crazy holy site, but if you don't care. Actually, River Goddess. No, not River Goddess. There's a couple different pantheons you could still do. With Vietnam here, but you go holy site into your ton. This goes to the North City. This goes to this city. This goes to. This goes to, no. This goes here. This goes here. Oh, you have another ton to place down then. Yeah, something like that. Conga line of tons. Yeah. Yeah. That's awesome. Just don't research iron. Yeah, right. Let's build our tons without unlocking iron. You're going to send me a turn 25 screenshot of Mikeman's test. That would be amazing, Sharksta. Because we're not going to be able to walk through this. But guys, this will get you to feudalism by turn 40 if you do something like this, which basically means you're rolling. You're already in the medieval era. You have feudalism. You have serfdom. Monumentality. Very easy. And you can just expand. Right? You can get a couple of settlements. Eventually, you'll get some harbors in. You'll be able to... Hopefully, you can negotiate with Sassy to trade with her. If not, maybe city-states. If not, Coupe. Otherwise, there is no one to trade with for days. But also, you know, trading internally for a while will be okay, too. Yeah, I think you're happy here. I think you're so happy here. I would have been happy to play Vietnam. Let's put it that way. I would have been very happy to play Vietnam. The only problem was that I didn't get a chance to build enough preserves. which, you know, and building preserves late. But Vietnam was my second choice. If I had Vietnam, I would have been very happy. Very, very happy. Like, look at this, dude. So good. Coupe spawns right here. Somewhere like right around here. Auckland. Hopefully Auckland's actually guaranteed in the game. Auckland is entirely undiscoverable from everyone except for Coupe, who spawns right next to Auckland. You cannot find Auckland through shallow water. You have to get cartography. And even then, the only people are going to be Korea and Vietnam to try to contest you for Auckland. Because no one else is going to sail all the way over there to contest Coupe, who's going to have Amani and like 5 envoys in it. And Nambadal is contestable because you can get there with shallow water. You can get basically right here. You can find Nambadal. But Auckland is completely uncontestable. Declare war on Coupe and meet Auckland. No explanation, just declare war. Dude, that's brilliant. Ain't been good, dude. Yeah, that's huge. Also, welcome in, Lord Rich. Dude. That's really funny. That's absolutely a experience multiplayer thinking. Because if you declare war on someone who has met you, you'll meet.
Just do it! Make your dreams come true!
Yes. Zozo would tear his heart. Dude, as many things that are a immediate declaration of war from Zoe, contesting Auckland absolutely would be. But you would have declared war on him anyway, so you're already fighting. Anyways, that's Vietnam. Do you have that screenshot, Sharksta? Vietnam's very happy here. You just if you have not seen a very strong Vietnam game, go to my YouTube channel. No, did I do that on Twitch? Go to my Twitch VODs and watch the recent multiplayer game where we played with Vietnam. I think I streamed that on. I definitely did not stream that on YouTube. We had a really crazy game with Vietnam, even though we missed Monumentality Golden Ages. For classical, and we were in a winning position for that. We just had more culture than everyone because no one can build plus 10 culture districts. Not like Vietnam. And if you build those immediately, you get to feudalism and medieval affairs so fast. So fast. You want to play a full game as Vietnam and play the game with a Roz group? Is CCD who gets turned 40 he had full culture on a terror map? Dude, Vietnam is so good. We have talked about so many really good starts. It's admittedly very funny. Yeah. I mean, you shouldn't CC on turn 40, but that's really funny. CivGive discussion. Oh, let's go. Okay, Sharksta has his screenshots. Turn 27. He has his holy site. He has 3 cities. He's working the holy sites. Sassy! Hello, Sassy! Welcome in, Sassy! And Raiders. We are talking CivGive. And I actually just closed the map, so unfortunately I can't show you exactly what we were just doing. But maybe we could actually talk about a little Korea next, or not, depending on... I'm basically going through all the starts and trying to explain why a lot of these starts are actually really good if you come in with a game plan. Ursa Ryan said he regretted his choice of Spain. He should not. I sent him a screenshot of why he shouldn't. His trade routes are incredibly good with Dido. Spain's trade routes will have 21 gold per turn, 6 faith per turn, and 3 production per turn if he trades with Dido, but 4 turn 25. He's happy. He's very, very happy. Pedro, with his Brazil spawn, is very happy. We haven't even talked about Mali yet. He's so happy. Vietnam is happy. We haven't talked about Korea's yet, and we haven't talked about a few of them. Lumbago's spawn is interesting, but yeah, this is what we were showing up with Vietnam. Sharkster doesn't have the detailed map tax on, but if you like settle here and you have your ton, these are plus 10 culture tons. If you put all your districts around them, it's so good. Yeah, insane. The draft is already done. The draft has been decided. This is the draft. I'm playing as Bull Moose Teddy. Zoe is playing as Coupe. Zon's playing as the Mali. Borderline from Firaxis is playing as Vietnam. Lumbago is Grand Columbia. Dido for PB. Zulu of Riddick Acidic. Sassy Gamer Lady playing as Korea. Ursa Ryan as Spain. And Van Bradley as Brazil. As soon as I saw this... Okay, Dido by itself is a good civ. Weak spawn. Spain by itself, good civ. Ish spawn. Dido and Spain on the same map together is a monster. It's a monster. And I have this streamed on both YouTube and Twitch for anyone that wants to be able to scroll around and see what I'm talking about. But we're like, people are happy. People are happy. Tomorrow's her training day. All right, Sassy. Let me know if you want me to walk. I'm going to walk through Korea. Let me know if you want me to walk through her now, or if you would rather just figure her out on your own, because I respect that too. Because I'm just literally just going through all of them and just talking about like how good some of the how this game is not decided yet. Because some people were saying the game's already decided. I'm trying to say no, it's not. Dido and Spain allying and conquering the world is on the table. Absolutely. Won't Ursa have basically all of Europe to himself? Yes. And city-states. How large is Europe on TSL? Small. And Ursa, technically, he only has one direction to settle, so settling will be slow for him, but he's going to have crazy gold per turn. He's going to have crazy gold per turn. Why don't we do Coupe? We could do Coupe. Depends on which city spawns in. Yeah. Europe can get crowded, but the Civ show is hand-picking the city-states, meaning they can make sure there's enough room for him to actually settle cities and actually have a game. And his stream, the entire time, he was kind of pointing out how crowded Europe was and where he couldn't settle anywhere. And I'm pretty sure his point, was to show the Civ show guys, hey, by the way, I have a good spawn, but if you, like, make sure this isn't ruined for you guys. Because he was like, this is interesting. Brazil's the most capable of destroying Spain, but there's a bit of a Colombia problem. Yeah, I think Brazil is concerned with too many other things and just going for great people. Draft was not a live event. Draft was a silent event. We submitted a ranked choice vote. It was revealed this past Sunday during the Among Us stream. Hey, see ya, Sassy. Good night, Sassy. Enjoy. Let's talk about Coupe. There is a lot of things you can do with Coupe. I'm going to do what I think is the most clear to me, and I'll give you reasons why. However, Zoe's a wild card, and he'll do whatever he wants. And I don't think it's wrong. I think there's a few different options you have here. I think my choice, because Coupe was on my draft. Coupe was on my draft to play in CivGive on a TSL. So I've thought about this. And before Coupe settled South America, yeah. No, Coupe can go anywhere. He can settle New Zealand, he can settle Hawaii, he can settle Australia, Indonesia, he can settle the west coast of America, north or south. Like, he could go anywhere. Now, there is something very important to talk about first when it comes to Coupe on online speed. Because we all know you get 2 science and 2 culture per turn before you settle your first city. You also get 1 pop, 3 housing, and 1 amenity in your capital, which is all made up to make up for the loss of tempo of settling late. We all know settling late is much worse at online speed, and it's double so because Coupe's science, culture, and all of this stuff does not scale to like online speed. I mean, like science and text are cheaper, yeah, but like you're still only getting 2 science and 2 culture, while everyone else is going to scale up much faster than that. So you should not spend very long before you settle. So what I do is I run straight to the closest island possible, and it looks like Auckland didn't spawn this game, which is actually a really bad problem. I think Auckland is going to be guaranteed into CivGive. It's the only way for Coupe to even have a game because of all of these islands. But this is turn 4. Turn 4 Coupe is actually super solid. You have a woods, you have fish, and you even have a sheep. I forgot to actually click a tech, so we're just going to do that. Science and tech rolls over, so it's okay. But I think you go ahead and you immediately settle this. You have your 2 fishing boats that you need to boost harbors. Because remember, you can get to harbors very quickly with Coupe. And you have a natural wonder to discover, so you can get there very fast. You also start with a builder, which is huge. And you can immediately build a boat or a settler. I say you go settler first from turn 1. Yeah, overflow is okay. You can even scout with a builder if you know where goody houts are. We're not going to worry about that. But you can see here, this is completely uncontested. Australia is completely open. Completely open. You're going to test the Aussie Cecil? Alright, go for it. Now, you might... man. You probably actually do want to run God King here, because you want the fishing boat Pantheon. I actually like running God King. Macman, I know you're one of the players that never runs God King. I think God King actually works really well if you're going to guarantee... If you're running Faith to get a production Pantheon, it almost always pays off. Like, if you get God of the Sea Pantheon, it pays off immediately. But then you can run your warrior around. You can go kill some barbs. Oh, there's a goody hut here. Look at that. Absolutely someone will contest Fishing Pantheon. And look at that, a free scout. But yeah, we're already turned 7, and we're teching Celestial Navigation already. You think it's viable? I think, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough. The thing about God King is you want to run this before you have 2 cities. Because the moment you have 2 cities, urban planning is just arguably always better, right? And then there we go. We got a settler. And then you go settle Great Barrier Reef. Now, the funny thing about Great Barrier Reef is that this is a +4 campus, yes, but this is a +6 campus. And early game, faith is actually kind of more important. The other reason why I like Auckland here is because this island isn't really good enough to settle. Like, you could harbor campus, but you also want that woods tile. I don't know, there's a couple things you could do there. We can also use our gold to start buying fishing boats. Preserve and harbor. Yeah, Coupe's, he's interesting. I think the answer is to definitely get to Australia. The question is whether or not... I think you just still have your capital here. Now, your first settlement, I don't know where that's going. There's a few places it could go. And honestly, you should send your warrior down to the south because this barb camp almost always spawns here. The thing is, you're going to go for harbors first. You should technically go for harbors first. Zoe could do whatever he wants, right? But like, a settlement right here is actually really strong with all this woods and this harbor. That's a +4 harbor. And then that opens up a settlement over here later. And remember, you can't clear fish as Coupe. You can't clear bonus resources, so you don't want to try to harbor... Oh my goodness. Where do you settle? Also, this is a problem. Oh, there's a barb camp. I think if this happens, you of course have to adapt, go up this way. And I'm buying this tile to get this boost because I want this guy to go find goody huts. Southeast of the Great Barrier Reef. I'm assuming southwest, you mean. Also, you have 4 movement, which means you can embark. Also, there's goody huts up here I want to grab. I think settling here is fine. That actually does help you out. You could go Holy Site if you're not doing district discounts. If you are, you should probably go Harbor. Either way. We also got a boat out. I forgot I was building that. But basically, you're going to be rushing for this colonization card and just spamming settlers like crazy. This is a slight problem. You can also, yeah, so this builder, you can actually send a builder out and find goody huts and maybe Kangwana too. There's also this wonder to find. Your problem with the New Zealand capital is that its tiles are poor compared to Great Barrier Reef capital. That's because it doesn't have Auckland. If you have Auckland here, you have so many good tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 good tiles. So you can get to 5 pop before you have to work any of the other sea tiles. Well, that's why you're going for lighthouses, shipyards, and Auckland. Also, this is just so late. This is super late.
What a grand...
It's funny because you can actually get the foreign trade boost if you send us a ship this way. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is solved. I wouldn't say that I definitely have everything figured out, but I think there's a few reasons as to why I like this. Turn 6, you're hitting Celestial. Turn 14. 14. And where do you settle here? It is a lot of good woods. On cattle. Oh, you settled here. Where are you going to put a harbor? I think you just nerfed your whole game. Why are you going settling here and going special navigation? "12 faiths, you can go urban planning now. And I need discipline still. You're going campus. I wouldn't say you ever want to go campus first. You need to get your economy rolling. There's a few reasons why. Bandit Brunei. I think it's fast. I think there's definitely something over here. I think you still settle here. I don't think you settle the cattle. If you settle cap, because we did this earlier, you guys convinced me about the Spain settle. I think selling your cap here is probably fine. I was a little bit worked up with the turn 6 settle you guys said. Yeah, but I don't think you settle here. I think this is awful. Oh, actually, as Coupe, you can never campus this. Ha! That's funny. Improve fish and whales. I think this is the best settlement. Because of the +4 harbor and all the woods and the fish. It's just whether or not the barbs show up. You have to choose between campus and holy site. Absolutely. I think you go holy site here because it's going to be early game. Economy is always better early game. You're probably going to be aiming for monumentality for gold buying settlers. And you have so many other options for amazing campuses around here. And if not amazing, still +2s. Oh my goodness, look at that. Liang City, anyone? Kubi also has the chance to meet everyone in the world first, which is fun. Oh, you're gonna die. Get out of there. Already up in Singapore. This builder is going... That builder's just having a ton of fun, dude. Yeah, I don't think this is fully solved. I think there's a few things. With Auckland, 10 cities without 6. Yeah. Here's a Pantheon. Obviously, that's going to be late compared to other players. You settle late. So you're going to have last choice of Pantheon. God of the Fishing Boats you're probably never going to get. Alternatively, there's a lot of cattle in Australia. So God of Open Sky is actually a really good backup because you don't have a good source of culture. And you can't chop pastures anyway. You can't chop pastures, so you might as well, right? But, like, this is what I'm looking at. Again, Auckland. You actually... Maybe this is slow without... I mean, you can do this. I think this is your first 3 cities. The exact order I'm not sold on yet. Who's gunning for fishing boat? Phoenicia? Probably. Probably. Spain could also steal it. It looks like Kanguana's not in this game either. No, Kangwana should be over here. But they're not here. Also, 24 error score, by the way. Yeah, no, I don't know. This coupe game is absolutely wide open. The problem is that you are going to be so spread out on islands that you need to be able to defend all of your island cities. And if you're ever in a place where you might be winning a game, and everyone like Zoe convinces you to be attacked by everyone, it is so hard to defend against the likes of Spain and Dido that can attack you very, very easily. While you have to attack them in bays and choke points and all that stuff. Turn 13 Pantheon with the Aussie settle. I feel like this is taking me a long time to get to the culture that I need right now. But yeah, no Kangwana here is sad. I think if you set a capital here, you have all of this really good land. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm convinced this is the capital. This is your first expand. And then you could also settle up this way. And like I said, with the whole needing to be defendable, the more you stick to Australia, the better, because it's easier to defend. The more you island hop, the harder it's to defend. But you still have Auckland immediately. You still have a possible Kangwana up here. Yeah. Fourth city, turn 24, then you're ahead of me. Question is whether or not you have Auckland, but I don't think you'll have Auckland by then. You like the cattle settle. The 2 boats. You have 2 boats, right? Oh, and you culture bomb. Oh. So if you settle the cattle, you have a 3 food base tile. You have a fishing boat, which you can improve. Culture bomb to a turtle. Culture bomb that, and then build a harbor here. Huh. Cattle settle is pretty cool. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. That's really interesting. Okay. And then if you settle here, that allows you to settle here still for your second city, which is going to be a strong city. And then you could also settle... Well, you want to try to settle Uluru at some point. But then you can settle... like, by this volcano. And then you can settle somewhere here. You can settle this stuff. Actually, I really like doing the harbor campus triangles whenever you find a reef like this. Which means settling the gypsum. Getting your +3 campuses online. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think Coupe on Australia is unironically way better than Australia ever was on Australia. Settle the... Oh, interesting. Settle this here so you could... Wait, what were you saying? Settle the tip of the peninsula by the capital, give adjacent to the capital's harbor. Ah. Oh, you're saying this. Wait a second. Wait a second. No way. You could settle the cattle, fishing boat, culture bomb, put a ring 3 harbor down, and then settle a city next to it to give adjacency to a harbor from a different city. Dude, that's amazing. Yes, please send that to Discord. Okay, I agree. Okay, you guys convinced me. That's actually huge. That's so funny. It just works, dude. That's so fun. That's so much fun. You settle up here. Unless you're trying to be somewhat defensive, you want to kind of stay inside of the islands as opposed to outside. Oh, you can be attacked by 3 sides there. Anyways, I don't know. Is anyone really going to attack you if you're playing Coupe? And then another harbor. Bro. Wait a second. If you settle here and you put a tier... Wait, you could do that, guys. You could... Wait. You could settle here. Culture bomb, put your fishing boats down. Settle here on the dies. Put a second ring harbor down. And just for the joke, you could also settle over here and put another harbor down. And then you settle a city here. Nope, it has to be way over there. Anyways, you get the joke. 3 harbors adjacent to the city center where that city center doesn't actually that city doesn't even have a harbor. You need him to yell at people when they chop? Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh yeah, you're right, you could do this. I've never seen this before. A harbor triangle? That's possible. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Sharkster, send that screenshot. Man, you guys are smart.
Several closely situated.
Look, a new continent. Who needs farm triangle when you have harbor triangle? Dude, I'm telling you, Coupe would have been a lot of fun for CivGive. I would not have been upset at all. That's dope. Never considered it. Yeah. You also never needed to. All right. Here we are. So we have cattle settle. He went holy site. Actually, 7 pops. So you have harbor, holy site, and government plaza. Government plaza doesn't boost anything, but that's actually okay. This city, you almost made the dreams come true. But this is the idea. And then this city, this city is really strong. I think this city is going to grow to spices, so you have some late possibilities there. This is cool. That's cool. I think the only thing I would change here is put the government plaza in Waganui, and to boost both these harbors. Though maybe you do want to have it in the capital just to pump out settlers pretty quickly, because the production there is not so strong. If you're going Ancestral Hall and you're hard building settlers, yeah, keep it in the capital. Either that or a second city here. I'm not sure. But I think we talked about Coupe quite a bit, so that's awesome. Australia just has better tiles. Yeah, I agree. You've convinced me, and you can still have Auckland. You've convinced me. You guys are right. Congrats. Congrats. Mikeman's got to turn 30? Ooh, what is... Oh, you're on a laptop, aren't you? Okay. Harbor there. Interesting. I guess it doesn't matter where you put the harbor down. Yeah, I'm liking what Mikeman's doing. Mikeman is prioritizing food and production immediately with all of these settlements. So like this settlement's really good, but so is this one because you have these 2-2s. Because remember, Coupe just makes 2-2s. This city has really good tiles. The volcanoes haven't even gone off yet, and then this city also has really good tiles. That's super strong. You still can't get over the harbor? Yeah, I know, right? The harbor for the capital is on a different island. Add Namadol in there, and then you're cooking, dude. You're cooking. Oh my goodness. There it is. Namadol. What is Namadol? Where is Namadol? Oh, yeah, it's right here. Literally right there. As soon as you suzerain, every district gets +2 culture per turn, including city centers. So that means if you go for Namadol first over Auckland, you'll get, in this setup, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 culture per turn before harbors. And then it's 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. 20 culture per turn on your first... Yeah. That's absurd. Nerde and Coupe probably have the most cities. Yeah. That's sick. I hope... Whew. I think there's always leaning something around that direction. Doing something around that direction. All right, guys, I'm going to move on. I think we've exhausted Coupe. Coupe looks amazing. I do want to talk about some of these other leaders. So we're going to jump right into them. You wonder what win cons we'll be going for? Technically, the win con of CivGive is objective point system based off of the host. However, other than that, everyone's going to go for science. Everyone's going to go for science. If you do not focus tech, you get warred on and you die. However, maybe some of us might not be going for science. TGM technically won culture last year. Technically. Unless. Maybe you win science culture. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you'll figure it out. How? Also, if someone is steamrolling the game, there's also that. They did say that it's going to be point system based. However, if you win a victory condition, straight out victory screen, you're going to end up with a big amount of points for that. So, Coupe culture would be possible, right? Yes, in one specific way, which I'm going to leave as a secret. Coupe waits until everyone's at war and sneaks in his apostles everywhere. We all follow the traveler. All right, guys. This is the first one of the very questionable starts. Well, Dido was a questionable start, but we actually figured out it's actually not bad at all. Absolutely something that Zed will try. Yeah. This is rough. Zulu, the war civ, spawns on a coast cut off by mountains. So this is a harbor capital, and that stinks. Zulu has a worse start for their civ. Yeah, this is very sad. You want to go with Condas and build military and go conquer Africa. This is rough. Let's walk a couple turns and see. Oh, that's not so bad. Oh, that's not nearly as bad. Hang on. This is turn 2. Yeah, turn 2 decent. Okay. And we're gonna go warrior start with Shaka because reasons. Now, of course, your Akonda is half cost, so you want to build that early. You also kind of want to get some generals at some point. Now, this is, again, CivGive. So you don't want to full kill anyone, but you're literally playing Shaka, so you gotta go kill someone. However, the only other African Civ is Mali, which means if you wait too long, Mali is gonna be able to print armies. So you have to attack him early when he has his debuff to producing units, or you attack Daito. You have 2 options. Daito, controlled by Peppermint Butler, who famously plays very greedy, or you attack Mali before he gets rolling. MP versus Manulu Cavalry could be fun. Oh, true. Anti-Cav versus Cavalry. MP floors the Manu Cavalry. Nice. That's really interesting. And it's going to be cores. I think whatever Riddick does, he's going to bring a show. And it could be a ton of fun. You think an MP core one-shots with Mandu? Ooh. So the capital, this is something that Riddick Acidic will have to worry about. His capital will be very susceptible to a naval invasion. But we'll see if that matters or not. Basically, you want to get off of this. The Africa, inside of Africa, the land is actually very good. Like all of this land is a lot of tutus. So what he needs to do is he needs to get over there ASAP. But, ooh, Zanzibar. Like, oh, by the way, this is where Congo spawns, guys. Congo spawns off freshwater on a 2-2 wood style instead of the diamonds. It's very silly. Yeah, this is playable. This is definitely playable. It's literally just turn 2 settle, and then I mean you have a hill chop here. I haven't played Shaka in a long time. Zanzibar city-state's actually pretty nice. There's also Mount Kilimanjaro here. If Zanzibar's not in the game, your first settler goes here, which is not bad. Okay, this is also just, you know, that just happens. Impy. Impy are a pikeman replacement. Increased flanking bonus, lower cost, lower maintenance, and earns experience faster. It is 45 melee strength versus a 45 melee strength pikeman. However, Zulu gets 5 combat base strength to all corps and armies, and gets corps at mercenaries, which is super early. And it's anti-cav, so it means you get +10 versus cavalry units. So you will have 15 combat strength versus a Mandu. So 45 plus 15 is 60. Mandu cavalry are 55. Okay. Okay. So, like, this land up here is pretty good. And Riddick knows how to play the game. Oh, and Oligarchy. So you have the +4. Like, Zond is going to not... Zond and Dido, both, are not going to be building governments for military. And it's funny because we're only allowed one alliance per player. And if Dido allies with... Oh. If Dido allies with Spain, as they should, that means Zond has to ally with Riddick. Which means if Riddick wants it. Riddick could say no, right? But Riddick could just do that and then attack Dido. There's a few things that are happening here. 79 combat strength, the general. 70 on attack. Oh, and the +10 from just a core outright. So it's 15 from a core. Right. My goodness, dude. Yeah, the tempo's a little slow. But just a little bit. Just a little bit. Nagasagarmu. Oh my god. Nagasagarmu, if that spawns, will be a very interesting contest between the two of these guys. I think if Riddick wants to have fun, he can have a lot of fun. I think they irrel each other, for sure, whoever he goes to war with. If he goes too early, or he wipes the floor with them. Just kill Nagasagarmu as Shaka and roll into Mali. I think we haven't talked about Mali spawn yet. I think Mali spawn is one of the best on the map. However, this is a problem. This is a huge problem. Congo would have been really good. I think they should have. Yeah, no, Congo absolutely. Nzinga Mbande not being picked is a crime. Because you would have started right here. You would have settled diamonds or stone, either way. And you would have had such good land. Such good land. And her bonuses. And look how big the continent is. Like, and then you could do anything. You could even use unique swords against Mali before he gets online. Because you spawn right next to him. Like, there's a lot here. It's gonna be very hard for Zond to defend. I think Zond, I wonder how experienced Zond is with multiplayer war. Cause I know he's had a couple. But depending on how practiced Riddick is with war, with Zulu specifically. And the funny thing is Riddick didn't look at the map. He had no idea what the map even looked like. He just picked Zulu. Who gets the bad spawn? Dido. Dido has a from turn 1 bad spawn, but you can actually turn 3 settle and come out ahead, and it's great. If you scroll through on the YouTube stream, Korea, we still need to talk about. Korea, I am worried about. I was worried about Zulu, but as soon as we started looking at this, I'm actually not so worried anymore. The fact that these two tiles, just these two tiles, and it's a turn 2 settle, he's okay. He is okay. And I think you could go Akanda and commercial hubs. You're going to want to do a government plaza. You're going to do something along the lines here. I think if Zanzibar's a city-state, that's fine. If not, you have a crazy Mount Kilimanjaro settle here. And then Mali's not going to settle down here. You are. And then you just creep towards him. And you hit someone. Why Korea? We'll talk about Korea. I actually don't know where you settle here. I think this map is just so open that you don't really need to figure out a best place. I think a lot of this is just good. I also don't know if you go Wakanda first with Shaka or not, like if you do that or not. I haven't played Shaka, especially in a free-for-all multiplayer game. So I actually don't know what to say about Shaka. If Riddick comes prepared, his all-in with Zon will be difficult to stop. Yeah. I watched CivGive very closely, and I think whether or not they become allies is a huge thing. Or if they become allies and then decides to backstab. Because we don't know what's going to happen. Riddick is pretty new to CivGive and most multiplayer games. So I don't know what he thinks is etiquette or not. I don't know what he's going to do. I think Riddick, as crazy as it is, Lumbago, Sassy, and Riddick Acidic are wild cards for the early war, mix it up, don't know what's going to happen. There could be 3 wars happening in the middle of the game. It could be hilarious. Campus and Cap? Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah. I mean, you don't have very many mountains. I think you need some campuses around here. Technically, this city needs a harbor. And I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's been so long since I played Zulu. Hey, good night, Sharksta. I don't see anyone picking Zulu unless they actually hope to use their MPs. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a medieval era, right? Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Yeah, statue of Zeus. Fight the closest guy. I think Peppermint Butler stays away from North Africa because of this. Let's reveal all again. Like, proximity-wise? Oh, PB. Don't get barbed like that, man. Valletta. Oh my god, yeah, kill Valletta, please. Yeah. Oh, look, settle in place. Very nice. Boom, boom. I mean, his land is going to be awful to try to conquer. Because it's all desert. They are absolutely, though, gonna get in on it, though. There's this border here. They'll run into each other. Yeah. 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 Hiring is more on course than Impy. Both of them, yeah. Those are the same time if you know what you're doing. Movement stuff without railroads. I think they'll do roads. I think my prediction is Shaka starts sending trade routes to Mali, but they don't ally. Zond, if you see roads to your cities and you haven't locked on an alliance, get ready. Get ready, dude. Oh man, that could be an awesome fight, though. Like, the Mondu, when are the Mondu cavalry? They are knight replacements? Which is the same era as MP. I think he has to go crossbows. He has to go crossbows and walls. But MP, he's gonna have a battering ram with Statue of Zeus. Shaka does 1 round of friendship, forgets to renew, and then turn 29 friendship doesn't it becoming divisible. Hey Paisley, hey, I saw you were doing a live stream, weren't you, on YouTube? Welcome in. We are analyzing starts, and we've talked about Brazil. Oh my god, again. No, I'm not going to share that. I was going to send that to the group. I'm going to let this happen naturally. I'm going to let this happen naturally, dude. Has it happened anywhere else? No? Please. Please. So we talked about Brazil, them. We've talked about Spain, talked about Dido, Zulu. I still need to talk about Mali. I think we're done talking about Zulu. I think this is just a pretty straightforward move. Turn 2, settle. Get your 2/2s. Settle this direction. Go for statue Zeus. Get your impies. Get your cores. Go kill someone. Probably Zond. Dido might be North Africa, but the land that Dido settles is actually gonna be really bad. But so is Mali's. So he's just gonna have fun. How many Grand Columbia settlers have died in the Inferno? They're definitely losing some slingers. Oh, man. I think it's likely that Grand Columbia and Brazil team up on you, Nerdy. Absolutely. I think Grand Columbia and Brazil joint land and sea invasion with... Oh my god, guys. Could you imagine if it was Laneros on the land... battleships on the water, as well as caravels and more frigates and fleets from Spain with conquistadors escorted by missions. Both of those guys could attack me, or all 4 of them, and it could be hilarious. Were there any Civ bans? Russia, because it's just too easy. And Babylon. And actually Byzantium was banned. I think that was a Roman holiday ban. Just because they figured Byzantium War is also just too easy. And Nerdy's getting nuked. Dude, this is going to be a game of Nuke the Preserve. And I'm going to have my anti-air ready this time, okay? I'm actually going to have oil. I can actually fight. Yeah, poor Ursa, no Byzantium. Dude, I'm not kidding. CivGive2024 is going to be me, free sim, on North America. While everyone else has their small... There's going to be a couple of small scuffles. Maybe. While Dido and Ursa Ryan get crazy trade routes and sim their hearts out. And then late game, everyone's like, Zoe. Late game, Zoe says... I think we should all team up against the nerd. And Zoe is going to invade my west coast. These guys are going to land invade and coastal invade. Ursa Ryan's going to have a crazy invasion on the east coast. And everyone else is going to cheer it along. And it's going to be great. That's my prediction for CivGive. My goodness, dude. This is gonna be hilarious. This is gonna be hilarious. It's getting late, but we need to talk about Mali still. And Korea. So I want to talk about them. Yeah, everyone's talking about Korea spawned. We will... All right, let's talk about Korea quickly. And then we're going to end on Mali. How about that? Let's talk Korea. Seondeok. There. Let's see what everyone is talking about. See? Let's see it. Let's see it.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water.
By the way, guys, I'm loving this stream. This is brilliantly fun. I'm having a great night with you guys. And I have an early morning tomorrow, but it's okay. Because we're having fun. Dude, I knew when Ursa Ryan was doing this, I was like, this is awesome. I need to do this too. Because I know between my brain and your brains and collectively that less than sum total of one brain would have a great time. Civ give is better than sleep. True. Alright, this is Korea spawn. Korea, which is all about the Say ones, have a +4 campus that also gives science to adjacent mines and food to adjacent farms. Remember the food to farms. That's going to be very important. Governors give extra culture and science. Just good. Just good. Just always good. And Hawachas, fun unit. This spawn is interesting. Korea obviously is a civ that doesn't really want to be coastal. But I guess it can be. The appeal. The appeal. The most obvious choice is a T settle, I think. And because it's turn 1, and you know what else are you gonna do? So you can grow to the deer. You can get harbors and stuff. This is actually, you know what? I don't hate it. I mean, I do. You already have limited housing. You're gonna want to start with scouts. Normally, you want to go to your same one first. Is this horse? Please tell me this is a horse tile. Hang on. We have the map somewhere. Let's see. Nope. Not horses. Okay. So, no river. Awkward peninsula. You can only settle one direction. I'm surprised they put Korea on that tile instead of this one. For True Start, just based off of where Seoul is today. Oh, but I guess Seoul's not the capital of this Korea. Painfully slow? Yeah. Yeah. I think you need to get working this deer tile immediately. This is the only hill, though, if you settle here turn 1. So, I mean, it's rough, man. The thing is, if you could do a double chop here. This actually makes a pretty strong farm, though. Seon will eat the deer. I think you're gonna have eventually really good Seiyuans, but it's gonna be hard. Sassy denied horses, I know, right? Are they limited? We'll have to see. You want to try to go meet Vietnam as soon as possible, so that you can go ahead and get that writing boost. So I'm gonna go do that. Builder first, that's possible. Survey. Yeah, you can go writing early because of Vietnam. And then you might actually have to go into harbors. So anytime that you have a civilization, if you're playing a game, especially in multiplayer, it is generally advised that you need to start with a currency district. Now, currency districts are, of course, the commercial hub, the harbor, but also holy sites with monumentality. Currencies, collectively, these currencies are really good to go for early because of two factors. One, you make sure that you get your economy rolling. You get a lot of gold so you can do things. And secondly, you can get builders, you can get settlers, you can get your cities established, as well as some basic tile improvements and all that kind of stuff, as well as internal trade routes or external or whatever you need. Secondly, districts will scale in production based off the highest tech or civic that you have. That means if you ignore science and culture early, your districts will stay cheap. So by focusing on currency, food, and production, not only do you get ahead on that production snowball, your districts are cheap, meaning that you actually have more production to build less expensive things, which really starts a snowball going. That being said, culture is still really important. There's a lot of power spikes with culture, especially government and feudalism. So you still don't want to deprioritize culture, but generally speaking, science is okay to deprioritize. And remember, I'm saying deprioritize, not ignore. Deprioritize in the early game. Now, Korea has a Seiwon district. They are a campus civ. But to reiterate, the reason why you can deprioritize science, again, is because you want cheaper districts, but also because there's not a lot of power spikes in the tech tree, minus like apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is a very big power spike for the majority of games. So, the problem with Korea is that most of the time you go for Seiwons first anyway. And that means you have high science, which means your districts get expensive, and you don't have the currency to actually get through that pipeline, because now you have less food in production and gold and more expensive districts. So it's the opposite thing that happens. It kind of you kind of get blocked a little bit. That being said, that's why I'm thinking you need to go Seiwons into harbors here. You just need harbors, dude. Not that it's great, but like, what else are you gonna do? You're not gonna go holy sites. You could go campus into commercial hub pretty easy, but you don't have a river here. You don't have a river system, which is why this is awkward. You could do eventually like something like this, where you're getting commercial hubs and then you're settling this way. It's so awkward. Am I allowed to reference the fully revealed map during the competition? I would say there's nothing illegal about that. However, it might feel a little tryhardy. Basically. That's my opinion. I don't think the other players will, so if I am, they might be like, come on, dude. Do you need to? I was like, fair. So there's the writing boost. With Korea, what you normally want to do is you want to build like 2 Seiwons and then discount into commercial hubs and get that going right away. Going harbors is so out of the way. But like, what are you gonna do here? Like I guess you go ahead and Seiwon here, commercial hub, and like maybe you can government plaza to get a +2. A silly canal to help an IZ. Yeah, and industrialization. So what I mean by the power spike in the tech tree, I mean early. I mean the first 2 eras. So generally speaking, the first 2 eras, ancient classical, you're focusing on your currency districts. After you build your currency district, for instance, say you build a commercial hub in a city, then you can focus on what they call a victory condition district. So at 4 pop and you unlock your second district, then you can go for campuses if you're going for science victory, theater squares if you're going for culture victory, or like production if you're like trying to figure out a little bit of everything, right? And then of course, what you do from there is completely up to you. But generally speaking, currency before yield. And when I say yield, I mean science and culture. Korea does it backwards, so it's even though science civs are science leaders, they tend to be a lot harder to actually play well than you would think. Is there anything good on Japan as far as shipbuilding? It might be worth going early shipbuilding. Japan's not worth it, no. JJ, the go for the donation? Absolutely. I don't want to be that guy, the guy, I suppose, yeah. Just go Harbor. Molly's gonna get all the great merchants. Who else do you have placing commercial hubs? A good amount. So anyone that isn't a harbor civ, basically. So I would say Daito, Spain are the harbor civs. Zon is definitely and Coupe is a harbor civ. Zon is a commercial hub civ. And I would say Vietnam should be building commercial hubs. Zulu should be building commercial hubs, though he might build some harbors too. Van Bradley is going to be building commercial hubs, eventually harbors. Grand Columbia might do anything. I'm going to build commercial hubs. And Pedro, Brazil, is also going to have merchants from his unique district project. So it's gonna be very weird. It's gonna be very weird. I think all the ones we've covered so far have opened with harbor. Most. But yeah, we didn't cover Mali. All right, scouts. Yeah, I think this is. I mean, this is just no matter what no matter what. This is kind of just what you're doing, right? You're putting your Saywans down. You're gonna do what you can to get some mines. Whatever you can do to have good science, right? Production. Make sure you get those mines down. But also, in these floodplain areas, or in these plains areas, where you have very low food output, farm Saywans are actually really nice. They're actually so nice. So, but yeah, I think you're realistically gonna go harbor Saywan in pretty much every city, and then do what you can to like claw out of a relatively low temple spawn. Otherwise, like where else could you walk your settler to? Not very far. You see a great vision of a Korean empire. I know how to play this, but it's scuffed. Not easy to find. I think it's totally playable. I think it's slow. And I think with an experienced player, you'll be okay, but... Oh, right. Sorry, go harbors. Tech sailing. Oh, that slinger's a nuisance. You're probably gonna want to buy a builder. There is a wonder here too. That's nice to grab. You're not going to get the foreign trade boost. You're struggling to see where the production comes from. Even if you get ahead on science, you need production to turn that science into an advantage. Absolutely. +4 Saewons are fun. Nice promotion there. There's also barbs. There's so many barbs to deal with. You have a very open area. My god, there's another wonder here. Oh, man. Alright, you just go straight for harbors. How much of a threat is Vietnam? I think Vietnam is more defensive. I don't think Carl attacks Sassy. If anyone's Sassy's gonna attack Carl. I don't think Carl... Wow! Well, actually, that's a weird thing to say, that Carl doesn't want to fight people. Carl absolutely likes fighting people based off of the... what everyone at Firaxis says is that Carl's a warmonger. Full stop. So... The Korean settlers have a long walk with this peninsula, which is a problem. Ooh, trade unit. Okay. Goody huts could help a lot. Give that a little bit of food and production, a little bit of tempo out. And get your scouts. Get them out here. Get the goody huts. The Korea, Vietnam, yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to watch. This is also awkward, but at least there's a harbor here. I need another builder. I would say, as this Korea, forget about the scientist page. Don't worry about what's happening here. Like, maybe if there's Hypatia, you do a couple quick projects to get Hypatia out, to get you a free library. But your goal here is to get your settlements out, get builders ready, get this government plaza, and get Ancestral Hall built as soon as possible, because you're going to need so many builders. Actually, wait, no. Don't go Ancestral Hall. You want to go Audience Chamber, which is often overlooked. But placing governors in multiple cities, you're going to be going for a lot of governors. Though I guess you get the science and production from stacking promotions. Maybe you do go Ancestral Hall. I think here, actually, yeah. You need... Don't place the same one on the 1-4 deer. Yeah, maybe this city just skips Saiwan. Maybe this city goes for Government Plaza Harbor. And this city builds the same one. What do you think? I mean, the Ancestral Hall is super important because you need so many builders to make this spawn work. But at the same time, Audience Chamber is nice because the amenities and housing from governors. But at the same time, Korea's ability to give 3% science and culture for each promotion means you kind of just want to stack all your promotions in just Pingala. So you get like 18% extra science and culture off top of Pingala's 15%. The housing and amenities is better than 3 to 4 builders. I agree with you. Okay. I agree with you when it comes to top level play. Like someone that like knows exactly how to sim like crazy. But I think it's a lot easier to play well if you just go Ancestral Hall and just get the builders out. I think there's options either way. You're gonna need builders for production to get each district up in those cities, yeah. You're gonna need to do a bunch of chops. You need to like chop mine. Like I think in this in this situation, I think Sassy, man, it's hard. It's hard. It's going to be slow tempo. If she rushes science, she will ruin her game. If she just is building nothing but Seiwan districts in every city, it will absolutely demolish your game. Because not only do you have no tempo in food and production early, you will compound the problem by making your districts really expensive, and you will have so much science that you will be teching all of your techs without having the production to do your boosts, which means you're wasting a lot of science. And then in the long game, you're just gonna, you might have a big science number like in the first 20 turns, but everyone's gonna pass you. I think the capital goes Gov Plaza into Harbor. I think you get your 2 Seiwans in your satellite districts or your 2 flank cities, but they immediately go into harbors after that. And then from there, you just need to get a few more cities and deal with your barbs. And don't go to war with Carl. I think Carl wins that every time, based off of just how long it's going to take you to get your cities out. While Vietnam is going to be at feudalism by turn 40. If they play with their Tons really well. So it's tricky. It's really tricky. But yeah, you're just gonna need so many builders early. Because like, look at this city. It has nothing to... It's working this cotton tile. I would say this is not a wide enough game to go for Ancestral Hall normally. I mean, you could actually like do some fun Tundra Seiwan, like Tundra Science Mines up here. There's actually some 2/2 tiles here, which is really funny. Huh. You can expand into the Tundra, but let's look at the map. Let's look at the map. Let's look at everything. Oh, don't crash.
Several closely situated granite peaks resembling tiger's teeth.
You'll be pinning out dams and aqueducts to the west of this spot. Yeah.
Organisms don't think of CO2 as
I think you need to forget about Seiwans past the first 2. Right? Focus on your currency districts, harbors, commercial hubs, industrial zones, wherever they make sense. Get your shipyards built. Right. You're gonna be building a naval empire as Korea with harbors. Harbor adjacency card. This is really struggling right now. And yeah, build 2 Seiwans. Focus on gold. Get builders going. Get your cities online. Don't go to war. Not till later. Hey Bob, how's it going? Wow. Okay, this is, my computer is super struggling right now. Man, maybe I need a new PC. Hey Van Bradley, how's it going? Sorry if you've been there a while. Do you have any advice for someone who has 30 agree for the games? Yeah, just keep stealing them from me. Oof. Yeah, this hurts. Van Bradley, your spawn... I mean, I talked about your spawn a lot, actually. I talked about it a lot. I talked about everyone's spawn, like, way too much. I talked about everyone's for so long. Seiwans never seemed good enough for you to justify the awkward planning placement implications. I think, my Civ's crashing. Seiwans are great. You get +4 science, you get guaranteed rationalism, you get science on the mines around them, you get food on the farms next to them. They're really good. It's just you can't overbuild them early. is the problem. You need to focus on your currencies until the mid game. Then you can spam them in every city. Yes, spam them in every city, but not immediately. All right, I'm gonna load up the Mali game. We will reveal the map and we'll talk about. Actually, no, screw it. I still want to talk about. I still want to talk about Korea for just a little bit. So we'll load in and reveal the map. Good point, my Rasham. I just making plans, city annoying. Well, see, the thing about Korea is that you actually don't need to do that much planning. It's kind of, you just plop district down and improve tile. Same to the Theodore holy sites. You must hate preserves then too, Adam. Can you show you the start of the map? Yeah, Van Bradley. Van Bradley, also, there's been about 3 different times I revealed the map, and the entire Amazon rainforest was either on fire or regrowing already by like turn like 25. It was amazing. I'll absolutely show you the start. BB, I think the biggest problems you have are that work ethic is going to be very contested, and Simone Boulevard being just taking too much of your rainforest, obviously. All right. Let's try this again. Let's go. It's working. All right. All right. First of all, Van Bradley, this is your whole spawn. So you're what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tiles from Grand Columbia. That's not bad. Obviously, tiles are really good. Pantanal, astrology boost. I think Van Bradley's biggest problem is going to be you have a couple of like really good cities to settle immediately, right? But depending on what city-states are around. Right, you're gonna 6, 7 cities maybe? Because Grand Columbia is gonna take all this. Maybe you can get to 8. Maybe you can preserve the Pantanal. We'll see. If the 2 city-states spawn in, there'll be a nightmare. I think the Civ Show guys will do a good job of removing any city-states that are at least within 3 to 4 tiles. It seems to be pretty easy to do that for most of us. I would say Central America is going to be full of city-states. At least some of them, but like maybe only Mexico City, because Grand Columbia needs this room to expand too. Like obviously Europe is going to be cleaned up quite a bit because Spain literally has a one direction to settle. And I think Buenos Aires is here. I think you can get, I'm pretty sure Buenos Aires is going to be in the game because it's like one of 2 city-states. Buenos Aires and Nazca. It's going to be the only 2 city-states that are actually on South America. It's going to be interesting. I removed a few of them out of my pool for rolling maps here, but Korea needs big culture in those cities with governors. Yes. Yes. Of course, Sejong would have given the big culture, but that's different. Talking about Korea, the best place, like this is the obvious settle, right, is on this T. Of course, then you have, I guess, a silk settle, and this settle is what we were looking at before, with like Sewon, but then focusing entirely with harbors. Yeah, that's not bad. And then you can also government plaza next to your harbor to make it nice. This isn't... It's not awful. There's nowhere else you can go, though. You can't turn 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4... Like, there's nowhere for you even to go that's better. So you might as well just settle here. There's 2 city-states that spawn in the rainforest. Really? Oh, Van Bradley, I have this really awesome map. I shared in the Discord too. From Reddit. It shows everything. Every spawn, every resource, every city-state. It looks like this city-state will be killed, right? I think that's Hunza? That won't spawn. And Kangwana is a possible, but that's pretty close to them too. It looks like Buenos Aires and Nazca are the only ones in South America. And when it comes to North America, it's literally just Cahokia. A little close to me. But then Mexico City, Mitla, and La Venta. I think there's a lot more city-states in Africa. There's 3 here, there's 1 there, there's 2 here. Obviously, Europe has a ton, but they're going to clear out some space for Ursa Ryan there. And then obviously I think there's going to be a bunch of city-states in India because no one's there. Coupe is so much fun. Yeah, yep. I mean, I think it's the advice I have for Korea. Build only 2 Saewons. Focus on your harbors. Get those up. And go for... Go for gold. Get governors in your cities. Go in Central Hall. Get your builders ready. Yeah, just settle some islands. Go settle Japan, I guess. Deal with your barbs. There's a lot of tundra up here. Rice settle? Get 2 fish? That's possible. But you also have 2 fish right here. I would say you grow to that and that one pretty easily. So by the time you need social navigation. Refish? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my pin stopped. Shortcuts, shortcuts, shortcuts. Yeah, you're not building any Saewon, so you don't need the hill. If you settle here, you'll grow to this pretty quickly. The only problem is you're far away from this deer, and you need that deer tile. I think you'll have the early food. I think the tea's fine. You'll be buying a lot of tiles. Yeah, that's the problem. Rice tile is very vulnerable. Yeah, that's fine. That could be very bad if Sassy picks a fight with Carl. Yeah. I think T settle is where you want to go. And you get your harbor. Got Plaza. And this is the basically the plan. Get your first couple cities, get your harbors, settle more this way, settle this way, settle Japan. Yeah, settle this copper. And then go for a... You know, get some commercial hubs. There's actually a good fur tile there. That's the funny thing. You could go commercial hub or harbor on this city. And, of course, yeah, just settle Japan. Anywhere. Anyways, that's Korea. Campus next to your Gov Plaza. Eventually, you could chop out that tier if you want. It remains a 4. Yeah, I would say eventually. Eventually, you're going to do that. But overall, not too worried about it. All right, we're going to do one more. We have to talk about Molly. You would go Dance of the Aora for Saturday. Civ Master, are you talking about which Civ? Korea? You could definitely do something with Dance of the Aora. The problem is work ethic will be gone. Work ethic will be gone. And this is why. We're going to load up the Molly game. And I want to see exactly how long it takes to get work ethic. With our Brazil spawn, we had gotten turn 17 if you sit on one city and you let Gran Colombia take all of the jungle away from you. So, let's see how quickly Molly can get to work ethic. Where's Mansa Musa? For me, as Bull Moose, go Dance to the Aura. I'm not even going Holy Sites. Also, I'm Bull Moose! There's one Pantheon you go for with Bull Moose. We're not going to have time to talk about my spawn. I'm here mostly to do studying on everyone else's spawns tonight. And also, all other things. Lady of the Reeds and Marshes? Yes, Iffy. Yes. Give me that +1 appeal on all Marsh +2 production. That's how it works, right? Lady of the Reeds and Marshes, +2 appeal to Marshes. Nice. Alright. This is what I'm most interested in. Molly, as described by Ursa Ryan, has the best spawn in the game. And Ursa Ryan says, Zoniskin, this is your game to lose. No, you're breathtaking. So, this is a wonder spawn on a civ that goes Holy Sites first, meaning you get astrology. 3 civs can do this. Remember, Vietnam, Mali, and Brazil all have wonder spawns that want to go for work ethic, either Desert Folklore or Sacred Path. Again, this is another reason why Russia not being in the game is great, because Russia has half-cost Holy Sites, and it would just always be Russia getting work ethic, and it wouldn't be interesting. This, much more interesting. There's a couple things you could do here. Ursa Ryan tested settling the wheat, so you get the 3 faith and 3 food from the beginning of the turn, and then you work the diamonds tile. You have good tempo, you have your faith, you have your pantheon, all that stuff feels really, really good. Which you could also just settle diamonds. Just both these are turn 1 settles. You have 2 very good turn 1 settles here with Molly. The reason that I've been convinced, I agree with Ursa when he went here to turn 1 settle for the fast pantheon and the food. And you get the Eye of the Sahara era score as well. And I absolutely agree with him with that. I think I've been convinced that we could do it differently and just found the city. Because 2/2/3 tile, immediate luxury, working at 2/2, and you have a +4 Holy Splendid District, regardless of whether or not you have the Pantheon in time. Regardless, I think you still get the Pantheon. There's also a goodie hat right here, which is crazy good. No one else is fighting for Desert Folklore in the entire map. No one has enough desert or wants to go Holy Sites to make it work. So I don't think you need to even try to rush Desert Folklore. That's pretty uncontested for you. Unless someone griefs you, which is rude. Look, another goodie hat. Amazing. Obviously, scouts are very slow, but slow to build. But grab this. Okay. Well, that shouldn't happen. Hey, Zahn, just Just do this, and you'll win CivGive. Okay, buddy? Just do this. All right, 3 turns. I'm gonna get a settler working. But look at this. We're working diamonds too. This is the other reason why you want to stay here, because now you're working 2. You have 11 gold per turn on turn 5. Not broken at all. Not broken at all. This is actually really nice. All right, let's get some experience here. Let's go bully some nerd. Taruga. Okay, that shouldn't be there. I forgot to remove that from the pool. But look, +4 holy site regardless. You go straight for it. Nagaza Government. Yeah, Taruga shouldn't be there. Nagaza Government might be. That's far enough away. And then you want to go straight for holy site. Or, I mean, we got this already, right? Because of the Pantheon. Wait. The relic? How did I get enough faith already? I got the relic last turn. I don't know, dude. Kind of feel like you diamond settle. Yeah, you diamond settle because Desert Folklore is free. I think if it was contested, you go here. You get Desert Folklore every time. But, yeah, diamond settle feels really good here. And look at this. I already have enough food to get to 3 pop. Like, you have tempo that other players just don't. Now, you don't want to gold buy tiles because you really want to use your gold for units because you have a production malice towards units. Like buying a builder would be better than buying a tile, I think. And there's not really a great tile to buy. And you're growing your tiles so fast anyways. Why are we growing so fast? Let's grab urban planning and survey. No, discipline, because my scouts almost promoted it anyways. Hello. You can meet Dido early. All right, Holy Site is almost done. Of course, there's another wonder. We'll have a bunch of production rollover next turn because we have what? Yeah, 8 production rollover next turn. There's the Holy Site. And it's turn 11. It's already done. Look at that. 1 turn, a Holy Site prayer. Holy cow, because of the production rollover, it just kind of worked out that way. Go fight some barbs. Amazing, dude. Turn 12? That means turn 14. Oh, it's still Rainforest Fire. Oh my goodness. Did Atlantis get nuked? Oh man, jokes. All right, mining. Oh my god. But yeah, turn 14. We're pretty much there. Now again, this slows down your settling, but again, you're Mali. You're always gonna have a slow settler. And actually, it's only 160 gold for a settler. Interesting. And then you need 4 more. I think you just product again, just so you don't lose it.
I am fond of pigs.
Hilarious, dude. Also, almost uncontested for pyramids. Oh, continent split. Nice, dude. Don't die. Ah! Turn 16. Yeah. I think Ursa Ryan got turned 16 with this settle too. Like, either way, I think Molly always gets work ethic. Oh, you know what? Actually, going work ethic and then religious colonization might actually be worth it here. Literally because you're going to start with one city, it's going to be really hard to spread your religion. That's the only reason why. Stonehenge is hardly worth. Yeah, I don't know who's going for Stonehenge. Actually, I haven't even thought about that. But then you're getting a settler. You can also get a builder. Obviously, Golden Age is really easy. But look at this. This is an 8 production holy site. Like, all of a sudden, you're laughing. Like Ursa. Now, remember, you also have Sagubas. And they give adjacency to holy sites as well. But that means you can just go for a bat, or no, that's a +3 Saguba. Sorry, they get adjacencies from holy sites. Yes. So instead of putting it on the river, you can just put it here. And then you can settle here and get this shenanigans going. And then get a government plaza. Oh my goodness. Dude. And then you can even settle over here again and go holy site, Saguba. Like there's a bunch you can do over here. No surprise to Teddyhenge. Oh man. All right, there's a bunch of mines to get down. But going for colonization or settlers. Yeah, I mean, your biggest concern is the eventual war with Zulu. Work ethic is going to help a ton with that. What the heck is even that? Bro. Oh my goodness, that tile. All right, gold buying units. Easy golden age. Okay. Now, of course, I don't know if this is the best city or not. You're going to have food from the desert ability, and you're going to have production from your holy sites. So this is actually a 6 food, 6 faith, 10 plus 10 faith. Sorry, 16 faith, 17 faith, 6 food, 10 production. Like, it's... Molly can do this, and this is hilarious that this is, like, such a terrible city, but it's actually so good. Look at this. 9 food per turn. It just settled. And their production malice doesn't affect districts. So, Molly is going to beeline for work ethic. They're gonna get work ethic as long as they don't trip up. They can immediately scale on food, production, gold, and faith. Remember, currencies. They're a very slow build on the yields because they focus so hard on currencies. But then look, you have mountains for campuses, and you can get your theta squares online for culture. And look, you have a 7 gold diamond tile. Then you could also go ahead and build harbors. You could get boats. I mean, probably not, right? Because the Sagubas are too good. And you're probably going to be wanting some encampments so you can focus on this Zulu war that's probably coming your way. You can send some trade routes to Spain, too, with this coastal city. Especially when that war starts. So, You can spam wonders because that doesn't have production malice. You can spam city projects because that doesn't have a production malice. That's the other thing. Mali is going to wipe the floor with great people, just like Brazil. Obviously, the merchants they're going to go heavy on. But then after that, if they go Theater Squares, they can contest a lot of great people. They could go for a lot of scientists, right? Like, because that's what Mali does. You have a production balance to buildings and units. So instead, you buy your units and you buy your buildings and you build districts, work on projects, and you build wonders. Oracle Mali would be incredible. And they have work ethic, so they can. And they don't even need to chop it. I think Mali, out of assuming nothing about the players, looking at just the civs and their spawns, I think Mali has the strongest start because of work ethic. Basically, right? Work ethic is too good. I would not say they have the strongest position because of the Zulu. I think they're big friends with Spain, but not enemies. Unless Zon decides it's way easier to invade here. But I doubt that happens. And I would say, let's also reveal all. Because we're pretty close. Pretty close. Zon has the strongest tempo out of all the civs. In terms of his currencies and everything. He, of course, can settle. He's going to have to fortify like crazy against the Zulu. But as long as he does that, even though the Impi are crazy strong against his unique unit, he has a really, really good position. He has a very good position. I think Spain has an incredible position. I think Dido, despite this spawn and these tiles, has a very good early game and full game. I think Brazil has an incredible game with only this one, again, wildcard thing happening here. I think Vietnam has the ability to have an incredible game. I think Coupe, depending on where you settle, but we decided this cattle is an amazing place for you to settle as Coupe and just gobble up Australia with a bunch of harbors, Nambadal, Auckland. Don't do this. I think Shaka could do Shaka things and have a ton of fun. And I think Sassy has a very uphill battle, but it's something that she could pull out of as long as she focuses on currency districts like harbors and economy and waits to build most of her Saywans and then gets her cities out and then starts spamming Saywans and getting all of these hills and mines. And maybe they make a play of it against Vietnam eventually, but maybe not as well. At some point, she's gonna go to war. She's gonna have fun with it. And then there's me, who we'll talk about my plans on CivGive, the actual CivGive. I think Korea has the weakest spawn out of everyone. But Korea is also a strong civ. So we'll see what happens. This is the appeal, by the way, Untidy. Just to be full up about it, this is all breathtaking. This is all breathtaking. This tile is not and cannot be unless you do some crazy rating of forestry management. This tile's a marsh. This is the only mountains you have early game. Just these two. The Smoky Mountains, as my hat says. The Smoky Mountains. So you have a little bit of science, but mostly only the culture ability. Until you get way over here to these mountains. But you also have an entire continent all to yourself, which is very flat, but you can absolutely work with that for sure because the preserves are coming. The preserves are coming. I should be planning on getting nuked. I absolutely will. I absolutely will plan on defending a nuke, iffy. Not getting nuked. I'm convinced I'm going to be made out to be the bad guy. It do be very flat. Look at this. You have 6 hills. Until you get to the Rockies. Waterpark Lakes is absolutely in the plans. Again, I'm not complaining about this. It's just really funny. You can make do with early lumber mills. People will have nukes that turn 75. Mobile Sam's, absolutely. I need Mobile Sam's, battleships. Everything. Make all of those plains into woods. I have plans. I absolutely have plans. There's a couple of things I shared in the Discord, but overall, I have promised I will start with preserves. That doesn't mean preserves every city. My plan right now is at least have 2 preserves early game. And fuel that into everything else. Industrial zones with Magnus. You can very much benefit from factories with this. Like, one factory can boost all of these cities, right? Like, one factory right here could boost, or one factory like right here could boost the entire eastern half of the United States. You know? Just with that production. So, guys, that's all I have for tonight. It is very late. Very late for me. This is much later than I wanted to stream tonight, especially because I have to work extra hours tomorrow and get off work early because early Thanksgiving dinner and responsibilities, and I have to be there early and make a salad. So, anyways, guys, remember the CivGive. What's your day job? I work in the television industry, working in visual effects. So I work on a lot of television shows, like The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and Fear the Walking Dead, and Creed 3, and there's a Tom Holland thing I worked on recently. Anyways, that's that kind of stuff. Green screens, blood, guns, splashes, all that kind of stuff. So, which I got really big into doing stuff on YouTube when I was unemployed for a little while, and I'm no longer unemployed, which is a good thing. But that means I don't have time to, as much time as I wanted to do YouTube stuff. But anyways, guys, thank you so much. Remember, this is a CivGive event. CivGive is this Sunday, 10 a.m. And Bengen, thanks for the sub. Holy cow. Welcome in. Welcome to the nerds. The first time sub at tier 1. Remember, CivGive this Sunday. Don't do no plans on Sunday. Be here for Sunday the whole time. There's a lot happening. There's the games that are happening. There's going to be the Firaxis people that are involved. There's going to be 10 Steam keys for Founder Edition Civ 7 given away because Firaxis has given the team 10 keys to give away. The Founders Edition, $130 USD value. So it's gonna be a great time. Everyone has had a whole week to plan out their games, and I'm so excited for it. So ready for it. CivGive, it's my favorite time of year, every year. I'm so down for all of it. So down for all of it. Anyways, guys, remember Tiltify link if you do want to do any donations. There are still city names available. And considering my spawn, I'll have a lot of city names available. So, yeah, between here and the Civ Show broadcast, absolutely. And jump around all of the streams. Absolutely. Hop around, figure out, of course, what's going on in everyone's streams, what everyone kind of mixing up. We love people hopping around and having fun with it. Be wherever you think you want to be. Obviously, no spoilers to the players. Don't leak any information that you found on another stream. All that kind of stuff. Be a good person. I will have the moderators helping to moderate very quickly. They were absolutely allowed to time out people the second they say something that feels like a spoiler, just so that, you know, doesn't ruin anything for the players. And PBA already has a Manhattan project, but it's turn 1. Oh my goodness, Adams. Respectable. Was it supposed to sound bad? That's hilarious. Anyways, guys, for the people on Twitch, I'm gonna raid over. For the people on YouTube, I'm gonna end the stream right here. On Twitch, I'm gonna raid over. So thanks for being here. Good night. For people on Twitch, hang out. Hang out. Don't leave it.